I spent 30 years reading the stories people left behind in the dirt, and the job had left its own story on me. Most of that time was with Border Patrol's Bartak, working the harsh corridors of the Southwest, where the tales were always grim. I learned to read the earth like a book. Every footprint, every broken twig, every disturbed grain of sand held meaning. But the ghosts of those stories, traffickers, cartels, the desperate and the dead, had hollowed me out from the inside. When I retired at 52, I bought a small camper with my pension money, took my aging Belgian Malinois mix, Boone, and went looking for silence. The small jobs I took, finding lost hikers, tracking stray livestock, were supposed to be simple, honest work. No more midnight raids, no more bodies in the desert, no more reading the final moments of someone's life in the pattern of their last struggle. The morning air in the Cibola National Forest was crisp, carrying the scent of pinon and cold stone. October in northern New Mexico had a particular quality, thin air that made sounds carry strangely, shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. I was sipping coffee from a tin mug while Boone lay stretched in a patch of weak sunlight, his gray muzzle twitching occasionally as he dreamed. That's when I heard the engine, a heavy-duty diesel pulling off the fire road. The sound was wrong for this early hour, wrong for this remote spot I'd chosen specifically for its isolation. My hand moved instinctively toward the Glock on my hip, old habits refusing to die. The man who stepped out of the dust-caked F-350 looked like he'd been carved from the land itself. Skin like cured leather stretched over a frame that had been powerful once but now carried the careful movements of age and hard use. His eyes were the color of dried mud, and they never stopped moving, scanning my setup, cataloging exits, reading me the same way I was reading him. "Name's Silas Webb," he said, his voice carrying the rasp of too many cigarettes and too much wind. "Got a ranch bordering the Zuni Mountains. Heard you're the man who finds things that don't want to be found." Webb's ranch sprawled across a valley that looked like God had taken a massive bite out of the earth. The land was beautiful in the way broken things can be beautiful, scarred mesas rising like ancient monuments, arroyos cutting through the earth like claw marks. His operation was substantial. Maybe 800 head of Hereford cattle scattered across 10,000 acres of juniper scrub and bunchgrass. "Started losing them 8 weeks ago," Webb explained as we stood on his porch. The house was old, built from massive pine logs that had darkened to almost black over the generations. Not a whole herd, one at a time. 8 head so far. I asked the usual questions while Boone investigated the yard, his trained nose cataloging new scents. Fences. Check them daily. No breaks, no cuts. "Rustlers don't work that way," I said. "They take a truckload and leave tracks." "What about predators?" Webb's jaw tightened. "A cougar kill is a mess. Drag marks, blood everywhere. Coyotes leave even more of a scene. These," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "they just vanish. No sign of struggle, no blood. They're there at sunset, gone by morning." The absence of ranch dogs struck me immediately. A working ranch without dogs was like a church without a bell. When I mentioned it, Webb's weathered face seemed to age another decade. "Had a couple. Good working dogs, been with me for years. They got spooked about 3 weeks back, started whining at night, wouldn't go near the north pasture. Then one morning, they were just gone." He was offering good money, more than the job warranted. But it wasn't the money that made me take it. It was the puzzle. In 3 decades of tracking, I'd learned one absolute truth. There was always a trace, always a story written in the earth. Nothing simply vanished. I started where the last heifer had been seen, a section of pasture that butted up against a nameless canyon cutting into the Zuni Range. For hours, Boone and I walked a slow grid pattern. I found the mundane tracks of the remaining herd, the delicate prints of pronghorn, the padding marks of coyotes keeping their distance. Then Boone stopped. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. Instead, a sound emerged from deep in his chest, a low, vibrating whine. I'd only heard once before when we'd stumbled upon a mass grave in the Sonoran Desert. His entire body had gone rigid, every muscle locked in primal tension. His ears were pinned flat against his skull, his tail tucked so tight against his belly it disappeared. I knelt beside him, my hand finding the trembling muscles along his spine. I followed his fixed gaze to a flat piece of sandstone 20 feet away. There, almost invisible against the red rock, was a single stain the color of old rust. A few feet from it, snagged on the flesh-hungry thorns of a chawla cactus, hung a tuft of red Hereford fir. The trail was faint, a scuff here, a partial print there, leading away from the open pasture toward the canyon mouth. Each step deeper felt like descending into still water. The normal sounds of the high desert, the whisper of wind through juniper, the distant cry of a red-tailed hawk faded until only our footsteps remained. The canyon walls rose on either side, red rock stained with long vertical streaks of desert varnish that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in the shade. Boone pressed against my leg as we walked, a constant trembling presence. We found the rib cage in a circular clearing where the canyon briefly widened. It sat in the exact center, positioned with deliberate care. The bones were picked clean with surgical precision. No shreds of meat, no sinew, no cartilage. They gleamed white in the filtered sunlight like a museum specimen. I circled the remains slowly, reading the ground. In a patch of damp sand fed by a seep in the canyon wall, I found the tracks that changed everything. The story was written clearly in that damp sand, and what it told made my mouth go dry. I saw the distinct cloven hoofprints of the heifer, deep and panicked. Alongside them was another set of tracks that defied explanation. They started as large canine prints, bigger than any wolf, bigger than any dog. But as I followed them, something impossible happened. The pattern changed. The stride lengthened from 4 feet to 6 feet to 8 feet. The pad marks elongated. The claw marks gradually receded and disappeared. Within 10 yards, the tracks had transformed completely. They were now unmistakably the prints of a large, barefoot human. I stood slowly, my knees protesting, a sensation like ice water flooding my veins. My hand found Boone's head, seeking comfort in his familiar warmth. Every instinct honed by decades of tracking dangerous men screamed at me to leave, now. But my professional pride, the part of me that had never met a trail I couldn't follow, wouldn't let me walk away. I made the decision to camp here, to see what the full darkness would reveal. It was the kind of mistake that experience should have taught me not to make, but I was a man who had spent his life tracking human monsters. I had forgotten there might be other kinds. I backed the truck up to the edge of the clearing, positioning the camper so the door faced the canyon mouth, the only approach I could watch. I built a small fire of dry juniper, more for the psychological comfort than warmth. The sun dropped behind the mesa, and the canyon filled with shadows that seemed to have weight and substance. Boone refused his dinner. He wouldn't even take water from my hand. Instead, he crawled into his travel crate in the camper and curled into the smallest ball possible. I could hear the steady vibration of his trembling through the thin aluminum floor. Night fell like a black curtain dropping. The darkness in the canyon was absolute. No stars penetrated the narrow strip of sky above. No moon, just an oppressive black that pressed against my eyes. And with it came silence. Not the natural quiet of the desert night, but a complete absence of sound that felt manufactured. No insects, no rustle of nocturnal creatures, no whisper of wind. It was the dead, sterile silence of a soundproof room. I sat in my camp chair for hours, cradling the Mossberg loaded with double-aught buckshot, my eyes trying to pierce the impenetrable dark. I saw nothing, heard nothing, but I felt something, a presence, an attention focused on me with the intensity of a predator studying prey. Around midnight, the cold finally drove me inside. I locked the camper's flimsy door, knowing it was a meaningless gesture but needing the illusion of barrier. I lay on the narrow bunk fully clothed, boots still laced, the shotgun across my chest. That's when it began. The sound started at the rear of the camper, not the frantic scratching of a bear investigating a new smell, but something deliberate, methodical. It was a single hard point, like a sharpened piece of flint or an elongated claw, being dragged with immense pressure along the aluminum skin. The sound was excruciating, a high-pitched metallic shriek that vibrated through the floor, through the bunk, through my bones. The scraping moved with agonizing slowness, past the rear window, along the side where my bunk was positioned. I could track its progress by sound alone, imagining something tall enough to reach the roof, something taking its time, something that wanted me to hear every second of its passage. Boone had gone completely silent in his crate. That silence terrified me more than any sound he could have made. In 30 years of partnership, through gunfights and drug raids and midnight pursuits, I had never known him to go quiet in the face of danger. He always met threat with aggression. This silence spoke of something beyond threat, something that triggered instincts older than domestication. The scraping stopped directly outside the door. I held my breath, the shotgun safety off, my finger resting on the trigger guard. I waited for the handle to rattle, for the lock to break, for whatever was outside to try to come in. Nothing happened. Just the return of that crushing, absolute silence. I remained frozen on that bunk for the rest of the night, every muscle locked, barely breathing. I watched the window for any hint of dawn with the desperation of a man watching for rescue. When the first weak gray light finally filtered through, I waited another hour before moving, some primitive part of my brain insisting on full daylight. When I finally unlatched the door and stepped outside, Boone refused to follow. He remained huddled in the back of his crate, a low, continuous whine emanating from his throat, the sound of an animal pushed beyond its ability to cope. The mark on the camper stopped me cold. A single gouge ran the entire length of the vehicle, perfectly straight, carved deep enough to reveal the insulation beneath. It started exactly at the rear corner and ended precisely at the front edge, not an inch of deviation. Whatever had made it possessed not just strength but control, precision, intelligence. But that wasn't what made me stumble backward, my breakfast coffee rising in my throat. In the clearing where my camp chair had sat, a new arrangement had appeared. Bones, not from the cow but from smaller animals, had been laid out in an intricate pattern. Rabbit bones, coyote skulls, what might have been deer vertebrae. Every single bone had been snapped cleanly in half with surgical precision. They were arranged in a tight spiral on the dusty ground, each piece positioned with mathematical accuracy. This wasn't the remains of a kill. This wasn't the cache of a predator. This was art. This was communication. This was a message delivered with cold, calculating intelligence. I was here. I watched you. I could have entered any time I wished. This is what I can do. You are alive because I allow it. I moved with desperate shaking hands, kicking dirt over the bone spiral, not to hide it, but because I couldn't bear to look at it any longer. My hands trembled so badly it took 3 attempts to properly hitch the camper. Boone saw his chance and leaped from the crate to the truck's cab before I had the passenger door fully open. He scrambled to the far corner of the bench seat and pressed himself against the door, his wide, terrified eyes fixed on the canyon mouth. I didn't bother with the rough track. I slammed the truck into gear and crashed straight through the scrub brush, the camper lurching violently behind me. I didn't look in the mirrors. I could feel the weight of observation on my back, the sensation of being allowed to leave rather than escaping. The truck's engine stayed running as I skidded to a stop in front of Webb's ranch house. Dust clouded around the vehicle as I left the driver's door hanging open. Webb emerged onto the porch, and I saw it, a flicker of hope in his eyes that died the instant he saw my face. I walked up the steps on unsteady legs and pulled the wad of cash from my pocket. I placed his deposit on the porch railing between us. "Job's off," I said, my voice flat and strange to my own ears. "What did you find?" Webb asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. "Did you find what took them?" My eyes moved past him to the heavy wooden door of his house, and there, carved into the dark wood of the lintel above the doorframe, I saw it, a small faded symbol worn smooth by generations of hands passing beneath it, an intricate spiral identical to the one made from broken bones in the clearing. Everything clicked into place with horrible clarity. The spooked dogs that had run off, the cattle that vanished without trace, the amount of money he'd offered, not payment for a job, but the price of a life. "I found what you wanted me to find," I said, my voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "A rib cage picked clean, tracks that start with 4 legs and end with 2. I found the thing you've been leaving offerings for." The facade crumbled from Webb's face like old plaster. All the careful tension, the worried rancher act collapsed into something much older and more terrible. He looked past me toward the dark line of the Zuni Mountains, and I saw the weight of generations in his eyes. "It's been here forever," he said, the words seeming to physically pain him. "My great-grandfather, he made an arrangement. We leave it be, pay a tithe, and it leaves the family alone. Cattle, mostly, sometimes deer we'd shoot and leave out there." He swallowed hard, his throat working like he was trying to swallow broken glass. But the last few years, the tithe wasn't enough. It wanted more. started coming closer, started leaving messages. I stared at Webb, the full, sickening truth settling in my gut like lead. He hadn't been hiring an investigator. He had been shopping for a sacrifice, a stranger with no local connections, someone whose disappearance would raise no questions. He was hoping to put a new piece on the board, to give whatever lurked in those canyons a new toy to occupy its attention. "You didn't lose those cows," I said, each word falling like a stone. "You fed them to something that's been watching your family for 4 generations, and when that wasn't enough, you tried to feed it me." He didn't deny it, couldn't. He just lowered his head, a man utterly broken by his inheritance. "You don't understand," he whispered, "the things it's done when the compact was broken. My grandmother tried to leave once, tried to sell the ranch. They found pieces of her scattered across 3 counties. I turned without another word and walked back to my truck. I left the money on the railing, blood money I wouldn't touch. The engine roared to life, and I drove away from that cursed ranch, away from Webb and his terrible inheritance. The sensation of being watched followed me for miles. It sat heavy on my shoulders, a physical pressure that made breathing difficult. Only when my tires hit the pavement of Highway 53 did it finally release its grip. I pointed the truck east and pressed the accelerator to the floor, not stopping until the lights of Albuquerque spread before me like a glittering promise of anonymity. The next morning I found the first RV dealership I could. When the salesman started his pitch, I cut him off. "I'll take whatever cash you'll give me for it today." An hour later I drove out with a check and an empty hitch. I knew I would never sleep in a thin-walled trailer again. That night, in a concrete motel room with 3 locks on the door, I finally felt something approaching safe. Boone slept deeply for the first time in days, occasionally whimpering in his dreams. I thought about reporting it, but what would I say? What proof did I have except a scratch on aluminum and the testimony of a dog's terror? Webb would continue his family's horrific tradition, and that thing in the mountains would continue its patient hunt. But we had escaped. We had looked into something ancient and wrong and lived to drive away. In a world full of monsters, human and otherwise, sometimes survival is the only victory that matters. I never took another tracking job. These days I work security at a warehouse in the city, surrounded by concrete and steel and the comforting press of humanity. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind blows from the west, I think I can smell pinchone and cold stone. On those nights, Boone still whines in his sleep, and I stay awake until dawn, listening for the sound of something sharp and deliberate scraping against the walls. My father Thomas had always been a man of few words, the kind who preferred the solitude of long-haul trucking routes to the complications of human conversation. After the divorce 3 years ago, our relationship had withered into occasional phone calls and awkward holiday visits. When he called that Tuesday evening in March 2022, suggesting we take a camping trip to the remote Carrizo Mountains, I was surprised. The hesitation in his voice, the way he stumbled over the invitation, told me this meant more to him than he was letting on. "I know a spot," he said, his weathered voice crackling through the phone connection. "Been wanting to go back there for years. Quiet place, good for thinking." I agreed despite my reservations. Maybe this was his way of trying to rebuild what we'd lost. Maybe mine too. Thomas picked me up the following Saturday in his aging Ford pickup, Scout, his loyal border collie mix panting eagerly in the truck bed. The drive took us deep into the high desert country, where cell towers became sparse and the last gas station sat 50 miles behind us. The landscape grew increasingly desolate as we climbed winding dirt roads that seemed to lead nowhere. "Used to drive through here on runs to Phoenix," Thomas explained, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Always wondered about the old mining trails up in these ridges." The sun was beginning its descent when we finally reached our destination, a narrow canyon flanked by towering red rock walls that seemed to close in around us like grasping fingers. The silence was complete, oppressive even, broken only by the distant call of a solitary hawk circling overhead. We established our campsite in a small clearing beside a dry creek bed, the ground hard-packed and littered with smooth river stones that spoke of flash floods in seasons past. Thomas moved with practiced efficiency, but I noticed how his eyes kept darting to the canyon walls above us, scanning the rocky ledges as if expecting to see something looking back. Scout bounded around the campsite, nose to the ground, but even the dog seemed unsettled. His usual playful energy was subdued, and he stayed close to the truck, whining softly whenever the wind whistled through the canyon walls. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. We built a fire from dead juniper branches, the flames casting dancing shadows against the rock walls that surrounded us. The shadows seemed to move independently, creating shapes that my tired mind struggled to interpret. Every crack of settling wood in the fire made me jump. "Beautiful place," I said, trying to break the tension that had settled over us like a heavy blanket. Thomas nodded slowly, poking at the fire with a stick. "Beautiful, yeah. But there's something about this canyon that's always bothered me." He paused, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. "Last time I was near here, maybe 15 years back, I had a breakdown on the main road, had to walk 5 miles for help. Kept feeling like something was following me the whole way. Following you. Footsteps behind me on the gravel. Every time I'd stop and look back, nothing there. But the footsteps would stop too, like whatever it was knew I was listening." He shook his head. "Probably just my imagination, being alone out here for too long." But I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe it was imagination. We ate dinner in relative quiet, canned beans and hot dogs cooked over the open flame. The food tasted like ash in my mouth, though I couldn't explain why. Every sound seemed amplified in the canyon. The pop of sap in the burning wood, the distant howl of coyotes somewhere in the darkness beyond our circle of light, the scrape of our forks against the metal camping plates. It was Scout who first alerted us that something was wrong. Around 10 o'clock, the dog suddenly lifted his head from where he'd been lying by the fire, ears pricked forward, a low growl rumbling in his throat. His entire body went rigid, focused on something beyond the firelight. "What is it, boy?" Thomas asked quietly, reaching for the flashlight beside his camping chair. Scout's growl intensified, his lips pulling back to reveal his teeth. Then, without warning, he bolted into the darkness, barking furiously. The sound echoed off the canyon walls, multiplying until it seemed like a pack of dogs surrounded us. "Scout," I called, jumping to my feet. "Scout, come back." Thomas grabbed my arm. "Don't go after him, not in the dark." We stood at the edge of our firelight, listening as Scout's barking grew more frantic, then suddenly cut off. The silence that followed was absolute, suffocating. Even the coyotes had gone quiet. "We should look for him," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "In the morning," Thomas replied firmly, "soon as there's light." But I could see the worry etched deep in the lines of his face. Scout had been his constant companion for 8 years. The dog never ran off, never disobeyed commands. Something had spooked him badly enough to abandon everything he'd been trained to do. Neither of us slept well that night. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the canvas roof of our tent, listening to every sound outside. Thomas tossed and turned beside me, occasionally muttering Scout's name in his fitful dreams. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, circling our campsite just beyond the dying embers of our fire. The crunch of gravel under heavy boots, the soft scrape of something being dragged. I held my breath, straining to hear more clearly. The footsteps stopped directly outside our tent. I could hear breathing deep, labored, like someone who had been running for a long time. But there was something wrong with the rhythm, something that made my skin crawl. It was too slow, too controlled, like someone forcing themselves to breathe normally when every instinct told them to pant. I reached over and shook Thomas awake. He came to consciousness immediately, alert in the way that years of highway driving had trained him to be. I pressed my finger to my lips and pointed toward the tent wall. We lay there in the darkness, listening. The breathing continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then slowly the footsteps resumed, moving away from our tent toward the creek bed. Thomas whispered in my ear, his breath hot and urgent. "Stay here. Don't move until morning." But staying still was torture. My muscles cramped from the tension, my mind racing with possibilities. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere? How had they found our remote campsite? And where was Scout? First light couldn't come soon enough. As soon as there was enough visibility to see beyond the tent, Thomas and I emerged to assess our situation. The fire had burned down to cold ashes, and frost covered everything with a thin, crystalline coating that crunched under our boots. What we found around our campsite made my stomach lurch. There were footprints in the soft sand near the creek bed, large boot prints that circled our camp in a complete loop. But these weren't the prints of a casual hiker. They showed signs of someone moving carefully, deliberately, placing each step with precision. In several places, the prints stopped and showed evidence of the person crouching down, as if they had been watching us for extended periods. More disturbing were the other marks we found. Near the fire pit, scratched into the dirt with what looked like a stick or knife blade, was a crude drawing. It showed two figures lying in what was clearly meant to be a tent, with a third figure standing over them. The level of detail was unsettling. Whoever had drawn this had been watching us sleep. "We need to find Scout and get out of here," Thomas said, his voice tight with controlled panic. "Right now." But as we gathered our gear, I noticed something that made my hands shake so badly I could barely grip my backpack. Thomas's truck, parked 20 yards away, had been tampered with. The hood was slightly ajar, and when we went to investigate, we found that several engine components had been deliberately loosened, not damaged, but sabotaged in a way that would cause the engine to fail after a few miles of driving. We were stranded, and whoever had done this wanted us to know it. Finding Scout became our primary objective, but I suspected Thomas had another motive. He needed something to focus on besides our increasingly desperate situation. We packed light, taking only water, energy bars, and the hunting knife Thomas always carried. The canyon system was more complex than it had appeared in the darkness. Narrow side passages branched off in multiple directions, some barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The walls rose 60 feet or more on either side, creating a maze of shadows and dead ends. We followed what might have been dog tracks through the sand, though it was difficult to tell Scout's prints from the numerous coyote sign that crisscrossed the area. The tracks led us deeper into the canyon system, where the walls closed in and the sky above became a narrow ribbon of blue. It was in one of these narrow passages that we found the first evidence of Scout's fate. Tufts of his distinctive black and white fur were caught on the thorns of a scrub oak growing from a crack in the rock wall. But it wasn't just a few loose hairs, there was too much of it, torn out in chunks as if he had been dragged past the tree while struggling violently. "Scout," Thomas called, his voice echoing off the walls. "Scout boy, where are you?" The echo came back distorted, multiplied, until it sounded like a dozen voices calling the dog's name. But there was no answering bark, no sound of paws scrambling over rock. Instead, from somewhere deeper in the canyon system, we heard something that made us both freeze in terror. It was Scout's bark, but wrong. The pitch was too high, the rhythm too regular, like someone imitating the sound without understanding its natural pattern. And it was coming from at least 3 different directions at once. "That's not Scout," Thomas whispered, grabbing my arm. "We need to go back, now." But as we turned to retrace our steps, we discovered that the passage behind us was blocked. A pile of rocks and debris had been stacked across the narrow opening, clearly placed there deliberately while we were searching ahead. The barrier was too high and unstable to climb, and too heavy to move quickly. We were trapped in a dead-end passage barely 10 feet wide. The fake barking continued from the canyon walls above us, sometimes sounding like it was coming from directly overhead. I pressed myself against the rock wall, craning my neck to look up, but the passages were too narrow and the walls too high to see anything clearly. "What does he want?" I asked, my voice cracking with fear. Thomas was examining the rockfall behind us, testing individual stones to see if we could create an opening. "I don't know," he said grimly, "but people don't do this kind of thing unless they're planning something worse." That's when we heard the voice. It came from somewhere above us, echoing down between the canyon walls, distorted but unmistakably human. "Thomas, I know you're down there, Thomas." My father went rigid, the color draining from his face. "How does he know my name?" The voice continued, casual and conversational, like someone chatting over a fence. "Brought your boy with you this time, didn't you? Good. Been waiting for you to come back, Thomas. Been waiting a long time." The implication hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't random. Whoever was stalking us had specifically been waiting for my father to return. The sabotage, the surveillance, the careful herding of us into this dead-end passage, it was all planned. "We need to get out of here," I whispered urgently. But even as I said it, I could hear sounds from above, the scrape of boots on rock, the clatter of loose stones being deliberately kicked down into our passage. Our stalker was positioning himself directly overhead, where he could watch our every move. The next few hours tested every survival instinct we possessed. Using the hunting knife and our bare hands, we began the painstaking process of dismantling the rockfall that blocked our escape route. The work was exhausting and dangerous. Several times, larger stones shifted unexpectedly, nearly crushing our hands and feet. All the while, the voice continued its monologue from above, sometimes taunting, sometimes eerily friendly. He told us about watching our campsite the night before, about how peaceful we looked sleeping. He described details about our truck, our gear, even the contents of our backpacks, proving that he had thoroughly searched our belongings while we slept. Most chilling of all, he talked about Scout. "Your dog put up quite a fight," the voice said conversationally. "Brave little thing. Don't worry though, he's not suffering anymore." Thomas's hand stilled on the rocks for a moment, his shoulders shaking with grief and rage. Then he redoubled his efforts, tearing at the stones with bleeding fingers. As the sun reached its zenith and began its descent toward the canyon rim, we finally created an opening large enough to squeeze through. Thomas went first, then helped pull me through the gap. My clothes were torn, my arms scraped raw from the rough stone, but we were free of the trap. Behind us we could hear our stalker scrambling down from his perch, cursing as he realized we had escaped. His footsteps echoed through the canyon passages, sometimes seeming to come from one direction, sometimes another, as he searched for us. We ran. Through the maze of passages, over loose rock and around blind corners, we ran with the desperate energy of prey animals. My lungs burned in the thin mountain air, my legs shook with exhaustion, but terror drove us forward. When we finally emerged into the main canyon where our truck waited, the sun was setting, painting the rock walls blood red. To our amazement, the truck started immediately. Thomas quickly discovered that our saboteur had only loosened the connections, not destroyed them. Perhaps he had wanted us mobile but unreliable, controllable. We didn't stop to investigate further. With Scout's lifeless body carefully wrapped in a camping blanket and placed in the truck bed, we drove through the night, not speaking, not stopping, until we reached the safety of the main highway and the distant lights of civilization. I never learned who our stalker was, or why he had been waiting specifically for my father to return to that remote canyon. Thomas refused to discuss it further, and I respected his silence. Some experiences are too raw, too personal to dissect with words. What I do know is that the trip accomplished what my father had hoped for, though not in the way either of us expected. Shared terror has a way of stripping away pretense, of revealing what truly matters. In those desperate hours fighting for our survival, we rediscovered the bond that divorce and distance had obscured. Thomas never went back to that canyon, and neither did I. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, I find myself wondering if our stalker is still there, waiting patiently in the shadows between the red rock walls, calling out names that echo off into the emptiness, waiting for the next travelers foolish enough to seek solitude in a place where solitude itself has become predator. The wilderness is vast and indifferent, but the humans who disappear into its depths are not always seeking the same kind of peace that drives the rest of us to those remote places. Some are hunting for something far more dangerous than deer or elk. They're hunting for us. The road up to Lake Sari had a reputation, not for anything dramatic, just a kind of collective memory passed down by those who had driven it, a sense of unease that clung to the air like an evening mist. Most folks avoided it when they could, opting for the newer highway that ran smoother and was lit by consistent streetlights. But I'm not most folks. The thing about me is I don't like doing what everyone else does. My name is Colt Radcliffe. I'm a graphic designer by trade, working remotely so I can indulge my love of RV camping in places where the Wi-Fi barely reaches. Over the years, I've developed a knack for finding spots that most people overlook, places where the digital world fades away and something more primal takes its place. It's not just about escaping the city. It's about finding those corners of the world that still hold secrets. This trip, though, wasn't about work. My latest client project had fallen through, and the breakup with Sarah still felt raw after 3 months. She'd called my lifestyle aimless, and my passion for solo camping antisocial. Maybe she was right, but right now, I needed a place where the world stopped spinning so damn fast, somewhere I could reset and figure out my next move. I figured Lake Sarah might just be that place. I'd first heard about Lake Sari from an old-timer at a gas station in Millbrook about 40 miles south. He'd mentioned it casually, almost as an afterthought, while I was paying for coffee. "Nice spot," he'd said, "if you don't mind being alone." Something in his tone made me dig deeper, and over 2 cups of surprisingly decent coffee, he shared what he knew. The lake had been a popular camping spot in the 70s, but a series of drownings, all ruled accidental, had given it a dark reputation. The state had stopped maintaining the access road in the late 80s, and tourism dried up naturally after that. Perfect, I'd thought, just what I needed. The journey started on a Wednesday morning in late September. The weather forecast promised 3 days of overcast skies and mild temperatures, ideal camping weather. I'd stocked my 1985 Winnebago Chieftain with enough supplies for a week, though I only planned to stay for 3 days. The old RV had been my home away from home for the past 5 years, and despite its quirks, the temperamental water heater, the cabinet door that never quite closed right, it was more familiar to me than any apartment I'd ever rented. The road started innocuously enough, winding through dense forests of oak and pine. Occasional breaks in the trees revealed distant mountain peaks, their tops obscured by low-hanging clouds. The pavement was rough but manageable, and the Winnebago's suspension creaked in familiar protest at each pothole and crack. It was when I reached the old wooden bridge that things began to shift. The sky, which had been a dull overcast all morning, seemed to darken as I crossed over the river below. The waters ran black and swollen from recent rains, churning against the ancient support pillars with an almost hungry intensity. The bridge itself was solid enough. I'd checked the weight limits before attempting the crossing, but each board seemed to groan under my tires with an unsettling personality of its own. There was no one else on the road, not even a distant pair of headlights to keep me company. Just me, the creaking of the bridge beneath my tires, and the growing sense that I was leaving something behind. Not just civilization, but something more fundamental, like I was crossing a boundary that wasn't meant to be crossed. The GPS had lost signal about 10 miles back, but I had memorized the route. 2 miles past the bridge, left at the fork by the lightning-struck oak, then another 3 miles to the lake. The trees pressed closer to the road here, their branches forming a natural tunnel that seemed to swallow what little daylight remained. The air felt different too, heavier, almost metallic on the tongue. The campground at Lake Sari was deserted, just as I'd hoped. No noisy families, no barking dogs, just the quiet rustle of wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird I couldn't quite identify. The site itself was a time capsule of better days. Rusted fire pits, wooden picnic tables weathered gray by decades of exposure, and a crumbling concrete bathroom facility that nature was slowly reclaiming. I parked the RV in a spot near the water's edge, the lake's surface a perfect mirror reflecting the low clouds. There was something strange about that reflection, though, like the lake was deeper than it had any right to be. The water seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating an illusion of infinite depth that made my stomach lurch if I stared too long. But I shook it off and set about making camp. Years of practice had made the routine almost meditative, leveling the RV, connecting the solar panels, though the heavy tree coverage meant I'd probably need to run the generator, and setting up my outdoor kitchen. By the time I'd finished, the sun was setting behind the mountains, though it was hard to tell exactly when it disappeared behind the perpetual cloud cover. That night I sat by the fire, sipping on a beer and thinking about nothing in particular. The fire crackled and popped, sending embers into the air that danced like fireflies before being swallowed by the darkness. The world was quiet, the kind of quiet that you only get when you're far from civilization. It should have been peaceful, but there was something off, the kind of off you can't put your finger on until it's too late. It started with a noise, faint at first, a distant rhythmic thudding like something heavy being dragged over the ground. I stopped, beer halfway to my lips, and listened. The sound stopped too, as if it knew I was paying attention. Then it started again, closer this time. I stood up, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. I wasn't the type to spook easily. You can't be if you spend as much time alone in the wilderness as I do. But there was something primal in that sound that made every instinct scream at me to get inside the RV and lock the doors. But I'm a curious man, and curiosity has a way of overriding caution, especially when you've had a few beers. I grabbed my flashlight, a heavy-duty LED model that could double as a weapon if needed, and swept the beam across the campsite. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. Nothing moved, nothing but the trees and my own shadow. But the sound persisted, closer still. The rhythmic thudding had taken on a wet quality, like something massive dragging itself across saturated ground. I turned the flashlight toward the lake, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. At first I saw nothing but the still surface of the water, black as oil in the night. Then something broke the reflection, a ripple, small and subtle, spreading out from a point near the center of the lake. I narrowed my eyes, leaning forward, and that's when I saw it, a shape, long and sinuous, gliding just beneath the surface. It moved with a grace that was almost hypnotic, and for a moment I wondered if it was just a large fish, maybe a sturgeon or something equally mundane. But as it got closer, I realized how wrong I was. The thing that surfaced was no fish. It was massive, its body a grotesque amalgamation of features that shouldn't exist together. The head resembled that of a snapping turtle, but grotesquely enlarged and distorted. Its shell, if you could call it that, was covered in a matting of coarse, dark fur that undulated in the water like seaweed. Most disturbing were its eyes, not the blank reptilian stare of a turtle, but something intelligent and ancient, filled with a malevolence that froze me in place. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth that seemed to spiral inward like a shark's, but jagged and uneven, as if they'd been broken and regrown countless times. The sound it made wasn't a roar or a screech, but something deeper, something that resonated in my chest cavity and made my teeth ache. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world, a sound that spoke of depths where light had never reached and pressures that would crush a submarine. The noise wasn't just loud, it was something that you felt in your bones, a primal terror that took root deep in your gut and bloomed into pure animal panic. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The thing moved closer to shore, its bulk causing waves that lapped at the rocky beach. Its eyes, though I refused to acknowledge them as such, seemed to lock onto me with an intelligence that was terrifyingly familiar. I turned and ran, not bothering to look back, the rational part of my mind screaming that there was no way something that big could exist in a lake this size, that it had to be a hallucination, a bad reaction to something I'd eaten or drunk. But the sounds behind me were real, the splash of water as it emerged from the lake, the wet slap of its bulk against the ground, the scrape of what must have been claws against rock and earth. I dove into the RV, slamming the door behind me and throwing the lock, as if that thin barrier of metal and glass could possibly keep me safe from something that size. The RV shook as something massive collided with it. I could hear the scraping sound of claws or teeth, something sharp and unnaturally hard against the side of the vehicle. It circled the RV, testing, probing, looking for a way in. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my phone. I had no signal, of course. In a place like this, you're lucky if you can get any bars, but I tried anyway, dialing 911 with shaking hands. The call wouldn't go through, not even an attempt to connect. I was alone, completely and utterly alone with whatever this thing was. The RV rocked again, more violently this time. I could hear it outside, this thing that defied every law of nature I understood. Its bulk scraped against the windows, leaving trails of something dark and viscous on the glass. I grabbed the only weapon I had, a fire poker I'd left by the door, and waited, trying to control my breathing, trying to think. The thing outside went quiet, and for a moment I thought maybe it had given up. But then I heard the sound of something clambering up onto the roof. My breath caught in my throat. It was on top of the RV, and the metal roof creaked under its weight. I could hear it moving, its claws scraping against the surface as it tried to find a weak spot. The roof began to bow inward under the weight, the metal groaning in protest. I knew the RV wouldn't hold. These old Winnebagos weren't built to withstand the weight of whatever was up there. I couldn't stay inside and wait for it to break through. I had to do something, anything, to get out of there. Taking a deep breath, I gripped the fire poker tighter and threw open the door. I ran out, sprinting toward the trees, the sound of the thing behind me growing louder with each step. I could hear it scrambling down from the RV, its bulk hitting the ground with enough force to shake the earth. The woods were thick, but I didn't stop, crashing through the underbrush, hoping beyond hope that whatever this thing was, it wasn't as fast on land as it was in the water. I could hear it behind me, tearing through the trees with a ferocity that sent splinters flying in all directions. Branches snapped like twigs under its passage, and that awful bone-deep sound it made seemed to come from everywhere at once. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. My lungs were already burning, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't stop. The only thing that mattered was putting as much distance between me and that thing as possible. The woods were a labyrinth in the darkness, and I had no idea where I was going. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I ran, creating a strobing effect that made the trees seem to move and shift around me. But then I saw it, a glint of metal in the distance. A car, half buried in the undergrowth, its windows shattered and its tires flat. I ran for it, hoping against hope that there might be something inside I could use, something that would give me a fighting chance. The car was an old Ford pickup, probably abandoned here decades ago when the road was still maintained. I yanked the driver's side door open, rust flaking off in my hands. Inside, I found what I was looking for, a hunting rifle, old and weathered but still solid. It was a Remington 700, the kind of rifle that's built to last, and by some miracle, there were still rounds in the magazine. I didn't question my luck, didn't stop to think about how long it had been there or who it had belonged to. I just grabbed it and turned to face the woods, waiting. The creature burst through the trees, its massive bulk sending branches and leaves flying in all directions. In the dim light, I could see it more clearly now. Its body was easily 20 feet long, with limbs that seemed to bend in impossible ways. Its shell was covered in that matted fur, but there were patches where it had worn away, revealing something underneath that looked like bare muscle but moved like liquid metal. It saw me, those terrible eyes narrowing as it locked onto its target. I raised the rifle, my hands steady despite the adrenaline surging through my veins. The creature charged, and I fired. The shot rang out, echoing through the forest, and the creature stumbled, a roar of pain tearing through the night. But it didn't stop. I fired again, and this time it faltered, its charge turning into an awkward stumble. A third shot, and it collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud that shook the forest floor. The thing thrashed once, twice, its limbs spasming as whatever passed for its life began to fade. Those eyes stayed fixed on me until the end, filled with an intelligence and hatred that I'll never forget. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I turned and ran, not stopping until I reached the lake's edge. The RV was a mess, the metal sides torn open like a tin can, with deep gouges that no natural animal could have made. But I didn't care. I grabbed my keys from where I'd dropped them and started the engine. The road out of Lake Serra was a blur, the trees flashing by as I drove faster than I ever had in my life. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was miles away, back in the world of streetlights and cell phone signals. They found the creature's body where I'd left it, though by then it had begun to decompose at an accelerated rate. What remained was enough to confirm that it was real, solid, undeniable. Teams of scientists descended on Lake Serra, taking samples and measurements, trying to classify something that defied classification. They couldn't explain what it was, but they couldn't deny it either. The road to Lake Serra is closed now, deemed unsafe by the authorities. They've put up concrete barriers and posted armed guards, though they won't say exactly what they're guarding against. But I know the truth. I know what's out there waiting in those dark waters. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it was alone, or if there are more of them, growing larger and more numerous in other forgotten lakes and quiet places. In the end, it doesn't matter what it was, only that I survived. But I've sold the RV, taken a job that keeps me firmly in the city, and these days I do my best to follow the crowd. Because sometimes being different, going your own way, leads you to places you were never meant to find, places where the old world and the new world meet, and things that should have stayed hidden come crawling out of the depths. The road to Lake Serra had a reputation. Now I know why. This happened in 1986. I was 26 years old then, still trying to figure out my place in the world. My name is Maya Lopez, and what I'm about to tell you has haunted me for nearly 4 decades. It's a story of terror, of ancient forces beyond our understanding, and of the thin veil between our world and something much darker. Late October in California can be deceiving. The days are often warm, kissed by lingering summer heat, but the nights carry a chill that seeps into your bones. It was during one of these October nights that my life changed forever. I remember the day we left for Yosemite National Park with painful clarity. The morning sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I stood in front of my apartment building, a duffel bag at my feet, waiting for Liam to arrive in his beat-up RV. Liam was my boyfriend of 3 years. He was the outdoorsy type, all tan skin, sun-bleached hair, and an ever-present smell of campfire smoke. I loved him, or at least I thought I did, but lately, things had been off. We'd been arguing more, about little things at first, but gradually about bigger issues. This trip was his idea, a chance to reconnect and get back to basics. I wasn't sure if basics was what our relationship needed, but I'd agreed to go anyway. The RV rumbled around the corner, its faded blue paint peeling in places. Liam grinned at me from the driver's seat, his enthusiasm palpable even from a distance. I forced a smile in return, trying to ignore the knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. "Hey, babe," Liam called out as he brought the vehicle to a stop. "Ready for an adventure?" I nodded, not trusting my voice just yet. As I approached the RV, the side door slid open, revealing our travel companions. "Maya, get in here, it's freezing." That was Zoe, Liam's younger sister. At 22, she was a bundle of energy and optimism, always ready for the next big thing. Her long dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, and her green eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind her sat Kai, Liam's best friend and self-proclaimed folklore enthusiast. Kai was 29, with a scruffy beard and glasses that gave him a scholarly air. He waved at me, already nose-deep in some dusty old book. I climbed into the RV, the familiar smell of old upholstery and Liam's preferred air freshener, pine of course, washing over me. As I settled into the passenger seat, Liam leaned over and kissed my cheek. "This is going to be great," he said, his voice low and earnest. "I know things have been rough lately, but this trip, I really think it'll help us, Maya." I wanted to believe him, part of me did. But another part, a part that had been growing louder lately, wondered if this was just another example of Liam pushing me into something I wasn't comfortable with. As we pulled away from my apartment, leaving behind the safety of the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving towards something dark and unknown. If only I had listened to that instinct. The first few hours of the drive were uneventful. Zoe chatted animatedly about her college classes, while Kai occasionally chimed in with random historical facts about the areas we passed through. I stayed quiet, watching the landscape change from urban sprawl to rolling hills, and eventually to the beginnings of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. It was as we entered the foothills that Kai's topic of conversation shifted to something that would prove eerily prophetic. "Did you guys know that Yosemite has a rich history of Native American legends?" he asked, leaning forward between the front seats, especially around Mariposa Grove. Liam perked up at this. He always loved a good story, especially if it added an air of mystery to our outdoor excursions. "Oh yeah." Kai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Well, there's one legend in particular that's always fascinated me. It's about a guardian spirit of Mariposa Grove." I felt a chill run down my spine, though I couldn't explain why. "What kind of guardian spirit?" According to the stories passed down by some of the local tribes, there was once a benevolent spirit that protected the ancient sequoias of Mariposa Grove, Kai explained. It was said to be a force of nature itself, ensuring the health of the forest and the safety of those who respected the land. Zoe leaned in, clearly intrigued. "So what happened? You said was once benevolent?" Kai's expression grew somber. "The legend says that as white settlers moved into the area, they began to exploit the land. Trees were cut down, Sacred sites were desecrated. The spirit's nature changed in response to this violation. It became angry, vengeful. A heavy silence fell over the RV. Even Liam, usually quick with a joke to lighten the mood, seemed affected by the story. Now, Kai continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper, they say the spirit still guards the grove, but with a twisted purpose. It's said to curse those who disrespect the forest, luring them deep into the woods where they're never seen again. I shivered involuntarily. That's just a story though, right? I mean, there's no actual evidence of anything like that? Kai shrugged. Who knows, but I can tell you this. A lot of locals won't go into Mariposa Grove after dark, and there are reports, here and there, of hikers going missing. Nothing concrete, but... Liam laughed, but it sounded forced. Come on, man, you're gonna freak Maya out before we even get there. It's just an old legend. But as I looked out the window at the darkening sky, the trees growing denser as we approached Yosemite, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving into something far more dangerous than a simple camping trip. Little did I know then just how right that feeling would prove to be. We arrived at the Yosemite National Park entrance just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The park ranger who greeted us looked tired, his eyes shadowed by the brim of his hat. You folks heading to a campground? He asked, glancing at our RV. Liam nodded. Yeah, we're planning to park at the Mariposa Grove campsite and do some hiking in the area. The ranger's expression flickered for a moment. Was it concern? He handed Liam a map and some paperwork. Make sure you stick to the marked trails, especially around Mariposa Grove. It's easy to get turned around in there, even for experienced hikers. As we drove away, I couldn't help but notice the ranger watching us in the rearview mirror, his figure growing smaller but no less ominous. The drive to Mariposa Grove was tense with anticipation. As we wound our way through the park, the massive sequoias began to appear. Their enormous trunks stretching impossibly high into the darkening sky. Even from the confines of the RV, their presence was overwhelming. We reached the campground just as true darkness fell. Liam maneuvered the RV into a spot and we all piled out, stretching our legs after the long drive. Oh wow, Zoe breathed, staring up at the trees surrounding us. They're even bigger than I imagined. Kai was already pulling out his camera, snapping photos in the fading light. Some of these trees are over 2,000 years old, he said. Just think about all they've seen. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The temperature had dropped significantly, and there was a stillness in the air that felt unnatural. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just silence. Liam came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. You okay, babe? You've been quiet. I leaned back into him, seeking comfort in his familiar warmth. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired from the drive, I guess. He kissed the top of my head. Let's get some food in you. I'll start a fire. As Liam busied himself with the campfire and Zoe helped unpack our supplies, I found myself drawn to the edge of our campsite. The trees seemed to loom larger here, their massive trunks disappearing into the darkness above. I squinted, trying to make out their tops, when a movement caught my eye. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something move between the trees, a flash of pale skin, or perhaps antlers. But when I blinked, it was gone. Maya, Kai's voice made me jump. He was standing a few feet away, a concerned look on his face. Everything all right? I shook my head, trying to clear it. Yeah, sorry. I just thought I saw, never mind. It was probably nothing. Kai glanced towards the trees, then back at me. You know, the Native Americans believed that the sequoias were sacred. They said that spirits lived within them, watching over the forest. Kai, I said, a note of warning in my voice. Please don't start with the ghost stories, not tonight. He held up his hands in surrender. Sorry. Force of habit. Come on, I think the fire's ready. We gathered around the campfire, its warm glow a comforting barrier against the encroaching darkness. Liam had prepared a simple meal of hot dogs and canned beans, which tasted better than any gourmet dinner after our long day of travel. As we ate, Zoe regaled us with her plans for the hike tomorrow. "I've read about this tree called the Grizzly Giant," she said, her eyes shining with excitement. "It's one of the oldest and largest trees in the grove. We have to see it." Liam nodded, his mouth full of hot dog. "Definitely. I was thinking we could do the full loop trail. It's about 7 miles, takes us past all the major attractions." I felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of such a long hike, but I pushed it down. This trip was important to Liam, and I was determined to make an effort. As the night wore on, our conversation drifted to lighter topics. Funny stories from Zoe's college adventures, Kai's latest research project, plans for the upcoming holidays. But every so often, I would catch one of us glancing nervously at the darkness beyond our campfire's light. It was well past midnight when we finally decided to turn in. Liam and I took the RV's small bedroom, while Zoe and Kai set up sleeping bags in the main area. As I lay in bed, listening to Liam's steady breathing beside me, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The silence outside was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of branches in the wind. Just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, a sound cut through the night, a long, low whistle, almost musical in nature. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. "Liam," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "Liam, did you hear that?" He mumbled something incoherent, still mostly asleep. The whistle came again, closer this time. It didn't sound like any bird or animal I'd ever heard. There was something almost human about it, but distorted, wrong somehow. I lay there rigid with fear, straining my ears. But the sound didn't come again, and eventually exhaustion overcame my terror, pulling me into a fitful sleep. I dreamed of trees that moved, of antlered figures dancing in moonlight, and of a voice that whispered my name from the darkness. When I woke the next morning, the dream clung to me like cobwebs, leaving me with a sense of foreboding I couldn't shake. Little did I know, it was only the beginning of our nightmare in Mariposa Grove. The next morning dawned crisp and clear. As I stepped out of the RV, the air held that particular autumn chill that seems to awaken every sense. The sequoias towered around us, their massive trunks glowing a warm reddish-brown in the early morning light. Liam was already up, tending to a small campfire and brewing coffee in a battered percolator. He looked up as I approached, flashing me that boyish grin that had first drawn me to him. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said, handing me a steaming mug. "Sleep okay?" I hesitated, the memory of that strange whistle still fresh in my mind. But in the light of day, it seemed foolish, almost embarrassing. "Yeah, fine," I lied, taking a sip of coffee. It was strong and bitter, just the way I liked it. Zoe emerged from the RV next, her hair a tangled mess and eyes still heavy with sleep. "Coffee," she mumbled, making grabby hands at the pot. Kai was the last to join us, looking surprisingly alert. He had his nose buried in a trail guide, occasionally muttering to himself and making notes. As we ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and dried fruit, Liam laid out the plan for the day. "So I figured we'd start with the Grizzly Giant Loop Trail," he said, pointing to a spot on the map spread out before us. "It's about a 2-mile hike, should take us past some of the most famous trees in the grove." Zoe clapped her hands excitedly. "Including the Grizzly Giant itself, right?" Liam nodded. "Yep, and the California tunnel tree too." I tried to muster some enthusiasm, but my stomach was churning with anxiety. Something about this place felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was a heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched. We packed our day packs with water, snacks, and first aid supplies. Kai insisted on bringing his bulky camera equipment, despite Liam's protests about the extra weight. As we set off down the trail, I found myself hanging back slightly, my eyes darting from tree to tree. The sequoias were undeniably beautiful, their massive trunks stretching so high that I had to crane my neck to see where they disappeared into the canopy. But there was something almost oppressive about their size, as if they were pressing in around us. Kai fell into step beside me, his voice low. "You feel it too, don't you?" I glanced at him sharply. "Feel what?" He gestured vaguely at our surroundings. This place, there's something, I don't know, powerful about it, ancient. I nodded slowly, relieved that I wasn't the only one sensing it. It's like the air is thick with something. History, maybe. Or magic, Kai supplied, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Before I could respond, Zoe's voice rang out from up ahead. "Oh my God, guys, look at this." We hurried to catch up with Liam and Zoe, who had stopped in a small clearing. There, rising before us like a monument to nature itself, was the grizzly giant. The sequoia was enormous, its trunk wider than a house, and disappearing into the sky above us. The bark was deeply furrowed, bearing the scars of countless fires and storms it had weathered over its long life. "It's estimated to be around 2,700 years old," Kai said, his voice hushed with awe. "Can you imagine? It was already ancient when Rome was founded." We stood there in silence for a long moment, each lost in our own thoughts. I found myself wondering what this tree had seen over the centuries, what secrets it held within its rings. As we continued our hike, the trail winding between these colossal trees, I began to relax slightly. The beauty of the grove was undeniable, and the exertion of the hike was helping to quiet the nagging sense of unease in the back of my mind. But then we reached the California tunnel tree, and everything changed. The tree was massive, like all the sequoias, but what made it unique was the tunnel carved through its base, large enough for a person to walk through. Zoe immediately ran towards it, eager to get a picture. "Wait," Kai called out, his voice sharp with concern. "Look at this." We gathered around where he was pointing. There, carved into the bark just beside the tunnel, was a symbol. It looked almost like an eye, but distorted, with jagged lines radiating out from it. "What is that?" Liam asked, reaching out to touch it. Kai grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "Don't. It's a warding symbol." I felt a chill run down my spine. Warding against what? Kai's eyes met mine, and I saw real fear there for the first time. Evil spirits, the kind that aren't supposed to exist. As if in response to his words, a gust of wind swept through the grove, carrying with it the faintest hint of that eerie whistle I'd heard the night before. The leaves rustled ominously, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw shadows moving between the trees, just at the edge of my vision. Liam laughed nervously, trying to break the tension. "Come on, guys. It's probably just some old graffiti, nothing to worry about." But as we continued our hike, the symbol burned in my mind, a warning we had chosen to ignore, and with each step deeper into the grove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being led somewhere, drawn in by some force we couldn't understand or resist. The true horrors of Mariposa Grove were about to reveal themselves, and we were woefully unprepared for what was to come. As we continued our hike deeper into Mariposa Grove, the atmosphere seemed to shift subtly. The sunlight filtering through the canopy took on a strange greenish tinge, and the air grew noticeably cooler. The trail, which had been well maintained near the more popular attractions, began to narrow and twist unpredictably. "Are you sure we're still on the right path?" I asked Liam, who was leading our group with the trail map. He frowned, studying the paper intently. "I think so. The map shows the trail should widen again just ahead." But as we pressed on, the path only seemed to grow more overgrown. Roots protruded from the earth, threatening to trip us at every step. The massive sequoias pressed in closer, their trunks blocking out more and more of the sky. Zoe's earlier enthusiasm had dampened considerably. "Guys, maybe we should turn back," she suggested, her voice tinged with worry. "This doesn't feel right." Kai nodded in agreement. "The ranger did warn us to stick to marked trails. I don't see any markers anymore." Liam's jaw set stubbornly. "We can't be that far off. Let's just go a little further. If we don't see anything familiar in the next 10 minutes, we'll turn around." I wanted to protest, to insist we head back immediately, but something held me back. It was as if a fog had settled over my mind, dulling my instincts. So instead I nodded silently, and we pressed on. As we walked, I noticed more symbols carved into the trees. eyes, spirals, and other shapes I couldn't decipher. They seemed to be growing more frequent and more complex. Suddenly, Kai stopped short, causing me to bump into him. "Look," he whispered, pointing ahead. In a small clearing stood a deer, but something was terribly wrong. Its body was unnaturally still, yet its head twitched and jerked in a way that made my stomach churn. As we watched in horror, it slowly turned to face us. Its eyes were milky white, devoid of life, yet somehow still fixed upon us with terrifying intensity. "We need to go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Now." No one argued this time. We turned and began to retrace our steps, moving as quickly and quietly as we could, but nothing looked familiar. The trees all blended together, and the path seemed to shift and change with every step. As the light began to fade, panic set in. We were lost in Mariposa Grove with night approaching fast. "We need to set up camp," Liam finally admitted, his voice heavy with defeat. "It's too dangerous to keep wandering in the dark." We found a small clearing and hurriedly set up our tents. No one spoke much as we prepared a meager dinner from our packed supplies. The silence of the grove was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a twig that made us all jump. As we huddled around our small campfire, Kai cleared his throat. I think we might be dealing with something supernatural here," he said hesitantly. Liam scoffed, but it sounded forced. "Come on, man. Not the time for ghost stories." "It's not a story," Kai insisted. "The symbols, the deer, the way we got lost, it all fits with the legends. The spirit of the grove is real, and I think we've angered it somehow." Before anyone could respond, a sound cut through the night. That same eerie whistle I'd heard before, but louder now, and seemingly coming from all directions at once. Zoe whimpered, pressing closer to her brother. "What is that?" "Don't listen to it," Kai warned. "In the stories, the spirit uses sounds to lure people away." But even as he spoke, I felt a strange pull. The whistle was forming patterns, almost like words just on the edge of comprehension. I found myself standing, taking a step towards the darkness beyond our fire's light. "Maya." Liam's voice snapped me back to reality. He was gripping my arm, his face pale with fear. "What are you doing?" I blinked, disoriented. I don't know, I thought I heard..." A twig snapped loudly in the darkness, and we all spun towards the sound. There, just at the edge of the firelight, stood a figure. It was tall, inhumanly so, with a body that seemed to shift and waver like smoke. Atop its head were massive antlers, branching out like the limbs of the sequoias themselves. But it was the eyes that froze the breath in my lungs, glowing amber orbs that held ancient, alien intelligence. For a long moment, no one moved. Then, slowly, deliberately, the figure raised a long, spindly arm and pointed directly at me. A voice that was not a voice filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. "You do not belong here." The fire suddenly went out, plunging us into total darkness. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled for flashlights, calling out to each other in panic. When light finally cut through the darkness again, the figure was gone. But carved into the trunk of the nearest sequoia, still smoking as if burned by some intense heat, was a new symbol, an eye, weeping what looked horribly like blood. As the reality of our situation sank in, I realized with growing dread that our nightmare in Mariposa Grove was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. The darkness pressed in around us, seeming to swallow the feeble beams of our flashlights. We huddled together, backs to the rekindled fire, straining our eyes and ears for any sign of the entity's return. The carved eye on the sequoia trunk seemed to watch us mockingly, a constant reminder of the supernatural danger we faced. "What do we do now?" Zoe's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with fear. Kai spoke up, his usual enthusiasm replaced by grim determination. "We need to protect ourselves. In the legends, there are ways to ward off evil spirits." Liam scoffed, but there was no real conviction behind it. "You can't seriously believe." "Look around you, Liam," I snapped, fear making my voice sharper than intended. "After what we just saw, how can you not believe?" He fell silent, the reality of our situation finally sinking in. Kai continued, "We need to create a circle of protection. Salt would be best, but we don't have any. We'll have to use what we have." We sprang into action, desperation driving us. Using sticks, we etched a large circle in the dirt around our campsite. Kai instructed us to place small stones at regular intervals along the line, murmuring what he claimed were protective chants as we worked. As we finished the circle, a cold wind whipped through the clearing, causing the fire to flicker wildly. The whistle returned, louder than ever, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Don't listen to it," Kai shouted over the noise. "Stay in the circle, no matter what." The wind intensified, becoming a howling gale that threatened to tear our tents from the ground. Debris swirled around us, leaves, twigs, and something that looked horribly like bones. Through it all, that unearthly whistle continued, worming its way into our minds. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was useless. The whistle formed words in my head, incomprehensible yet somehow enticing. I found myself taking a step towards the edge of the circle, drawn by a force I couldn't resist. "Maya, no." Liam's arms wrapped around me, pulling me back. The contact broke whatever spell had taken hold, and I collapsed against him, shaking. The assault continued through the night. We took turns keeping watch, fighting exhaustion and the constant temptation to step outside the circle. The entity appeared several more times, always just at the edge of our vision. A flash of antlers here, a glimpse of glowing eyes there. As dawn finally began to break, the attack subsided. We looked at each other, haggard and shell-shocked. No one had slept, and the night's events had left us all changed. "We need to get out of here," Liam said, his voice hoarse. Now, while it's light, we quickly packed up our campsite, staying within the protective circle as much as possible. As we prepared to leave, Kai held us back. "Wait," he said, pulling out his journal. "We need to make an offering." "An offering?" Zoe asked, incredulous. "To that thing?" Kai nodded grimly. "It's our best chance of appeasing the spirit and getting out of here safely. The legends say it demands a personal sacrifice." We each contributed something, a cherished photo, a lucky charm, even a lock of hair. Kai placed them in a small pile just outside our circle, then lit them on fire, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. As the smoke rose, the forest around us seemed to exhale. The oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly, and for the first time since we'd entered the grove, I felt a glimmer of hope. We set off, Liam in the lead with the map, trying to retrace our steps. But it quickly became apparent that the grove had other plans for us. Paths that should have been there were overgrown or simply gone. Landmarks we remembered seeing were nowhere to be found. As the day wore on, our water supplies dwindled, and hunger began to gnaw at us. The sequoias loomed ever larger, their shadows seeming to reach out like grasping hands. "We're going in circles," Zoe finally said, her voice cracking with exhaustion and fear. She was right. We had passed the same twisted tree at least 3 times now. The grove was toying with us, leading us deeper into its heart. As the light began to fade once more, dread settled over us like a physical weight. We couldn't survive another night like the last. Something had to change, or we would never leave this place alive. That's when we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in this ancient forest. The distant but unmistakable rumble of a vehicle. Hope surged through me. "The road," I cried. "We must be close to the road." We took off towards the sound, stumbling in our haste. But with each step the noise seemed to shift, coming from a different direction. It was leading us on, I realized with growing horror, just like the whistle. We burst into a clearing and froze. There, in the center, stood our RV. But it was wrong, twisted and warped as if it had been there for decades, roots and vines growing through its rusted frame. And there, etched into its side in letters that still glowed with unearthly heat, was a message. "Only one may leave." The truth hit us like a physical blow. The spirit of Mariposa Grove wasn't just trying to scare us away. It was never going to let us all escape. It wanted a sacrifice, a real one this time. As night fell once more, we huddled in the twisted remnants of our RV, the enormity of our situation crushing down upon us. We had to make an impossible choice, and time was running out. The long night ahead promised to be one of difficult decisions, fraying sanity, and the ultimate test of our humanity. And through it all, the ancient sequoias would watch, silent sentinels to our struggle for survival. The interior of the twisted RV was a mockery of the comfortable space we'd left behind. Rust ate away at the walls, and the acrid smell of decay filled our nostrils. We huddled together on what remained of the fold-out couch, the gravity of our situation weighing heavily upon us. "This can't be real," Zoe whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "We can't actually be expected to choose who lives and who dies," Kai finished grimly. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, his scholarly demeanor crumbling under the strain. "But that's exactly what the spirit wants." Liam paced the small space, his movements jerky and agitated. "No, no way. We are not playing by its rules. There has to be another way out of this." I wanted to believe him, but hope felt like a distant memory. The grove had stripped away our illusions, leaving only harsh reality. "What if there isn't?" I asked softly. "What if this is our only choice?" The silence that followed was deafening. We couldn't look at each other, each lost in our own thoughts. Who among us was worthy of survival? Who would we condemn to death? As if sensing our turmoil, the forest outside came alive with sound. That haunting whistle returned, accompanied by the creaking of massive trunks and the rustling of countless leaves. It was as if the entire grove was laughing at our predicament. Suddenly, Liam slammed his fist against the rusted wall. "This is insane. We're not murderers. We're not going to sacrifice one of us to some tree spirit." His outburst sparked a heated debate. Kai argued that we needed to appease the spirit to have any chance of survival. Zoe tearfully suggested we draw straws to make it fair. I remained silent, torn between the instinct for self-preservation and the horror of what we were considering. As our arguments grew more intense, the RV began to change around us. The rust spread visibly, eating away at the metal. Roots burst through the floor, twisting and writhing like living things. The message on the wall pulsed with an eerie light, a constant reminder of our grim choice. Hours passed, and exhaustion began to take its toll. Our discussions turned circular, tempers flared, and paranoia set in. Every rustle outside made us jump, convinced the spirit was coming to claim its prize. It was Kai who finally broke. "I'll do it," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the constant whispers of the forest. "I'll stay behind." We all stared at him in shock. "Kai, no," I began. But he held up a hand to stop me. "Think about it. I'm the one who knows the most about this spirit, about the legends. Maybe I can find a way to appease it, to end this cycle. And if not," he swallowed hard, "at least the rest of you will have a chance to live." The silence that followed was devastating. Part of me wanted to argue, to insist we find another way. But another part, a part I wasn't proud of, felt relief. Relief that it wouldn't be me. Relief that we might finally escape this nightmare. Liam was the first to speak. "We can't ask you to do this, man. It's not right." Kai managed a weak smile. "You're not asking. I'm offering. Please, let me do this one good thing." As dawn broke, casting sickly green light through the warped windows of the RV, we made our preparations. Kai gave us his research notes, making us promise to share what had happened here, to warn others. We embraced him, tears flowing freely, the weight of what we were about to do settling over us like a shroud. When we stepped outside, the forest had changed once more. A clear path stretched before us, leading away from the twisted RV and Kai. The whistle had stopped, replaced by an expectant silence. "Go," Kai said, his voice stronger than I'd ever heard it. "Don't look back." With heavy hearts, we began to walk. I fought the urge to turn around, to take one last look at our friend. But I knew if I did, I might not have the strength to leave. As we followed the path, the oppressive atmosphere of the grove began to lift. The trees thinned out, and I could see glimpses of blue sky above. Hope, fragile but persistent, began to bloom in my chest. And then we heard it. A scream, distant but unmistakably Kai's, filled with terror and pain. It cut off abruptly, leaving a silence more horrifying than any sound. We ran then, our feet pounding against the earth, driven by fear and guilt, and the desperate need to escape. The path seemed endless, but finally, mercifully, we burst out of the tree line. The ranger station stood before us, solid and real. We collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, unable to believe we had actually made it out. But as park rangers rushed to our aid, peppering us with questions we couldn't begin to answer, I knew the truth. We might have escaped the grove, but we would never truly leave it behind. The choice we made, the friend we left behind, these things would haunt us for the rest of our lives. And somewhere in the depths of Mariposa Grove, among the ancient sequoias, a spirit waited for the next group of unsuspecting hikers to wander too far off the path, to become ensnared in its ancient, terrible game. The nightmare might be over for us, but for others, it was only a matter of time before it began anew. The days following our escape from Mariposa Grove passed in a blur of police interviews, medical examinations, and frantic calls from worried family members. We told our story countless times, first to the park rangers, then to local law enforcement, and finally to a pair of stone-faced FBI agents who listened with barely concealed skepticism. No one believed us, of course. How could they? Our tale of an ancient vengeful spirit and a friend willingly sacrificed sounded like the ravings of trauma-induced madness. The official report listed Kai as missing, presumed dead from exposure or animal attack. Search parties combed the grove but found no trace of him or the twisted RV we described. Liam, Zoe and I clung to each other in those early days, bound by our shared experience and the weight of our terrible secret. But as time passed, the strain began to show. Zoe retreated into herself, barely speaking and jumping at every sudden noise. Liam threw himself into planning search expeditions, convinced we could still save Kai if we just tried hard enough. I found myself caught in the middle, torn between the need to move on and the guilt that gnawed at me day and night. The memory of Kai's final scream haunted my dreams, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had left him to a fate worse than death. A month after our return, I sat alone in my apartment, staring at the blinking cursor on my laptop screen. Kai's journal lay open beside me, filled with his meticulous notes on the legends of Mariposa Grove. We had promised to share his research, to warn others of the danger lurking in those ancient woods. But every time I tried to write, the words failed me. How could I possibly convey the horror of what we had experienced? How could I make anyone understand the choice we had been forced to make? A soft knock at the door startled me from my thoughts. I opened it to find Liam standing there, looking haggard and unkempt. "Hey," he said, his voice rough. "Can I come in?" I nodded, stepping aside to let him enter. We sat on the couch, an uncomfortable silence stretching between us. Finally, Liam spoke. "I'm leaving tomorrow, going back to the Grove." My heart clenched with fear. "Liam, no, you can't go back there. It's too dangerous." He shook his head, a determined glint in his eye. "I have to, Maya. We left Kai behind. We have to make it right." "There's nothing to make right," I insisted, even as guilt churned in my stomach. "We did what we had to do to survive. Kai made his choice." "Did he?" Liam challenged. "Or did we make it for him? We could have found another way if we'd just tried harder." I wanted to argue, to make him see reason, but I knew it was pointless. The Grove had its hooks in him, just as it did in all of us. "What about Zoe?" I asked instead. Liam's expression softened slightly. "She's going to stay with our parents for a while. I think she needs professional help to deal with all this." I nodded, relieved that at least one of us was getting the support we so desperately needed. "Will you come with me?" Liam asked suddenly, hope flaring in his eyes. Back to the grove? We stand a better chance together. For a moment I was tempted. The pull of the grove was strong, the need for answers, for closure, almost overwhelming. But then I remembered the terror, the hopelessness, the soul-crushing decisions we had been forced to make. I can't, I said softly. I'm sorry, Liam, but I can't go back there. Not ever. Disappointment and something darker flashed across his face. I understand, he said, but I could hear the lie in his voice. We talked for a while longer, reminiscing about happier times, carefully avoiding any mention of our fateful trip. When Liam finally left, I knew with a painful certainty that it would be the last time I ever saw him. The next morning, I woke to a voicemail from Zoe. Liam had never made it to his hotel near Yosemite. His car had been found abandoned at the Mariposa Grove trailhead, a single set of footprints leading into the forest. As I listened to Zoe's tearful message, I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that Liam would never be found. The grove had reclaimed him, just as it had Kai. In that moment, I made a decision. I opened my laptop and began to write. I poured out our story, every terrifying detail, every impossible choice. I included Kai's research, his warnings about the ancient spirit that guarded the sequoias. I wrote of the price we paid for our survival, of the friends we lost and the guilt we would carry forever. And I wrote a warning to anyone who might stumble upon this tale. Stay on the marked paths, respect the ancient trees, and if you hear a whistle in the depths of Mariposa Grove, run, and don't look back. As I typed the final words, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I couldn't change what had happened, couldn't bring back those we had lost, but I could honor Kai's final wish. I could try to prevent others from suffering our fate. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I'm not sure I would if I hadn't lived through it myself. But I know the truth, and somewhere in the heart of Mariposa Grove, among the towering sequoias that have stood watch for millennia, an ancient spirit waits and hungers and remembers. 5 years have passed since that fateful trip to Mariposa Grove. 5 years of nightmares, therapy sessions, and trying to rebuild some semblance of a normal life. I published our story online, as I promised I would, but it was met with the expected mix of disbelief, ridicule, and accusations of attention-seeking. Zoe and I stayed in touch, bonded by our shared trauma. She never fully recovered from the experience, but with time and professional help she learned to cope. We meet for coffee every few months, careful to steer our conversations away from the past we'd rather forget. I thought I had put it all behind me. I moved to a new city, started a new job, even began dating again. But the Grove was never far from my thoughts. It was a crisp autumn morning when I received the email. The subject line read, "Mariposa Grove, urgent." My hand trembled as I clicked to open it. The message was brief, sent from an anonymous email address. Miss Lopez, I've read your account of what happened in Mariposa Grove. I believe you, because the same thing is happening again. Please, we need your help. Meet me at the Yosemite Visitor Center this Saturday at 10 a.m. You're our only hope. Jaynard. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. Part of me wanted to delete the email, to pretend I'd never seen it, but I knew I couldn't. The guilt I'd carried for 5 years wouldn't let me. I booked a flight that same day. As I write this final entry, I'm sitting in a small motel room just outside Yosemite National Park. Tomorrow, I'll meet this mysterious Jay and find out what's happening in Mariposa Grove. I don't know what I'll discover. I don't know if I'll be able to help or if I'm walking into another nightmare. But I do know this. I can't let what happened to Kai and Liam happen to anyone else. If there's even a chance I can prevent more lives from being lost to the spirit of the Grove, I have to try. To anyone reading this, if I don't return, know that I went willingly. And please, heed my warning. Stay on the marked paths, respect the ancient trees, and if you hear a whistle in the depths of Mariposa Grove, run, and don't look back. For those we lost, and those we might yet save. Maya Lopez. The laptop screen flickered, casting eerie shadows in the dimly lit motel room. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faintest hint of a familiar haunting melody. In Mariposa Grove, ancient sequoias stood silent sentinel, their massive trunks hiding secrets older than human memory. And deep within the heart of the forest, something stirred, awakening once more to the presence of those who dared to challenge its domain. The cycle was beginning anew, the spirit's hunger undiminished by the passage of time. As a new group of unsuspecting visitors entered the grove, drawn by curiosity and the allure of the unknown, the whistle began again, soft at first, then growing stronger. The nightmare that Maya, Liam, Zoe, and Kai had endured was not over. It was perhaps only the beginning of a much larger, more terrifying story, one that would continue to unfold in the shadows of Mariposa Grove for years to come. My name is Hernan Gutierrez, and I am 32 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on a camping trip in the summer of 1994. I was out in an RV with my old college buddy Sam Driscoll. We had decided to take a break from our hectic lives and head out to the Ozarks in Arkansas. Sam and I go way back, and we thought a week away from everything would do us some good. The old RV we were traveling in was a beat-up Winnebago that we had pooled money together for back in our 20s. We'd used it for countless trips over the years, but this trip was different. As we set out from Little Rock early that June morning, the air was already thick with humidity. The sun had barely crested the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Sam was behind the wheel, his hands gripping it tightly as we navigated the winding roads leading into the Ozark Mountains. "You remember the last time we were out here?" Sam asked, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between us. I chuckled, memories flooding back. How could I forget? That was the trip where you insisted on trying to catch our dinner and ended up with poison ivy all over your hands. Sam groaned, but I could see the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Don't remind me. I couldn't stop itching for weeks. As we drove deeper into the Ozarks, the scenery changed. The flat farmlands gave way to rolling hills, which in turn became steeper, more rugged terrain. Trees crowded the sides of the road, their branches stretching out overhead like gnarled fingers. We had chosen a campsite deep in the heart of the Ozark National Forest. It was a place we had never been before, recommended by a colleague of mine who swore by its secluded beauty. As we turned off the main road onto a narrow, unpaved track, I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. "You sure this is the right way?" I asked, peering out the windshield at the increasingly dense forest. Sam nodded, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. According to the map, it should be just a few more miles. The RV groaned as it navigated the rough terrain. Branches scraped against the sides, and more than once we had to stop to move fallen logs out of our path. By the time we finally arrived at the campsite, it was well into the afternoon. The clearing was smaller than I had expected, barely large enough for our RV, and a small area for a campfire. Dense forest pressed in on all sides, the trees so tall they seemed to block out most of the sky. Despite the claustrophobic feeling, there was an undeniable beauty to the place. Wildflowers dotted the edges of the clearing, and I could hear the faint sound of running water nearby. "Well," Sam said, turning off the engine and leaning back in his seat, "we made it." I nodded, taking in our surroundings. "Looks like we've got the place to ourselves." We set about making camp, falling into the familiar routine we had developed over years of trips together. Sam took care of setting up the awning and chairs outside the RV, while I gathered wood for a fire. As I ventured to the edge of the clearing to collect fallen branches, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anything there, just the endless sea of trees. By the time we had everything set up, the sun was beginning to set. We sat around the newly lit campfire, cracking open a couple of beers and letting the stress of the journey melt away. "You know," Sam said, taking a long pull from his bottle, "I haven't been out camping in years. It feels good to be back in nature." I nodded in agreement, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows on our faces. "I know what you mean. Sometimes I forget how much I miss this until I'm out here again." As night fell, the forest came alive with sound. Crickets chirped incessantly, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. We stayed up late talking about old times and catching up on each other's lives. It was well past midnight when we finally turned in, crawling into our sleeping bags in the RV. That first night passed uneventfully. The gentle sounds of the forest lulled us to sleep, and I woke the next morning feeling refreshed and at peace. Little did I know it would be the last truly peaceful night of our trip. The second day of our camping trip started innocently enough. We woke late, enjoying the luxury of not having to rush to work or deal with the usual pressures of daily life. After a leisurely breakfast of bacon and eggs cooked over the campfire, we decided to explore our surroundings. A narrow trail led away from our campsite, winding its way deeper into the forest. We followed it, our footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of pine needles. The air was cool beneath the canopy of trees, filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. "You hear that?" Sam asked suddenly, stopping in his tracks. I paused, listening intently. At first I heard nothing but the usual forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the occasional bird call. But then I caught it, a faint sound, almost like whispers. "Probably just the wind," I said, trying to convince myself as much as Sam. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. There was no wind, not even a breeze. We pressed on, but the sound seemed to follow us, always just at the edge of hearing. Sometimes it seemed to come from behind us, sometimes from ahead. Once I could have sworn it came from directly overhead, but when I looked up, there was nothing but branches and leaves. By the time we made it back to our campsite, we were both on edge. We tried to laugh it off, blaming overactive imaginations and too many horror movies, but I could see in Sam's eyes the same unease I felt. As night fell, we once again gathered around the campfire. The flames danced hypnotically, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. We were quieter than the night before, each lost in our own thoughts. It was then that we heard it, a rustling in the bushes, just beyond the light of the fire. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it was probably just a raccoon or some other small animal. But Sam, he got this look on his face, a look I hadn't seen in a long time. "You hear that, Hernan?" he asked, his voice low. "Yeah, probably just some critter," I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. But the rustling didn't stop. It grew louder, closer. Sam stood up, grabbing the flashlight from the picnic table. He shined it towards the noise, but we couldn't see anything. The beam of light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, revealing nothing but more shadows. "Maybe we should check it out," he said, his eyes darting towards the dark woods. I sighed, not really wanting to leave the warmth of the fire, but agreed. We both grabbed flashlights and headed towards the noise. As we got closer, the rustling stopped. The forest was silent, unnaturally so. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I shook it off. We stood there, flashlight scanning the trees, but there was nothing. No animals, no movement, not even a breeze to rustle the leaves. "Probably just an animal," I said again, trying to convince myself more than Sam. We headed back to the fire, trying to forget about it. But as the night wore on, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I didn't say anything to Sam, but I could tell he felt it too. His eyes kept darting to the edge of the clearing, and he jumped at every little sound. We decided to turn in early, hoping a good night's sleep would ease our nerves, but sleep didn't come easy. I lay there staring at the ceiling of the RV, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every little noise made me jump. Around midnight I heard it again, the rustling. This time it was right outside the RV. I sat up, straining to hear. Sam was already awake, his eyes wide with fear. I nodded, grabbing the baseball bat I kept by the door. We slowly crept towards the front of the RV, trying to be as quiet as possible. I peeked out the window but saw nothing. Then there was a loud bang on the side of the RV. We both jumped, Sam grabbing a kitchen knife. I threw open the door, ready to swing, but there was nothing. Just the empty campsite and the dark woods beyond. We stood there for a moment, our breaths heavy in the still night air. Then we heard it again, the rustling, but this time it was moving away from us, deeper into the woods. "Maybe we should leave," Sam said, his voice shaky. I nodded, but something inside me wanted to know what was out there. I felt this strange compulsion to follow the noise. I grabbed a flashlight and started towards the woods. "Hernan," "What are you doing?" Sam called after me. "I just want to check it out. I'll be back," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I walked towards the noise, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The rustling grew louder, and I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck. But I kept going. I don't know how far I walked, maybe a quarter mile, when I saw it. A figure standing just at the edge of the flashlight's reach. It was tall, hunched over, with long arms that almost touched the ground. I couldn't make out its face, but I knew it was watching me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. I stood there, locked in a silent standoff with this thing. Then it moved, a slow, deliberate step towards me. I took a step back, my flashlight shaking. The figure stopped, then took another step. Finally, my survival instinct kicked in. I turned and ran, not looking back. I burst out of the woods, breathless and terrified. Sam was waiting by the fire, his eyes wide with fear. "What happened?" he asked, but I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, trying to catch my breath. We decided to leave first thing in the morning. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to be around to find out. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear and sleeplessness. Every sound, every shadow seemed menacing. Sam and I took turns keeping watch, though neither of us said exactly what we were watching for. As soon as the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we started packing up. We moved quickly, throwing our belongings haphazardly into the RV. The usual banter and joking that accompanied our packing up was absent, replaced by a tense silence broken only by the occasional whispered instruction. As I was folding up the awning, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the soft earth at the edge of our campsite, was a footprint. But it wasn't like any footprint I'd ever seen before. It was enormous, easily twice the size of my own foot, and the shape was all wrong. The toes were too long, almost claw-like, and there was something about the depth and clarity of the print that suggested whatever had made it was incredibly heavy. I called Sam over, my voice barely above a whisper. He took one look at the print and his face went pale. "We need to go, now," he said, his voice tight with fear. We practically ran back to the RV, all pretense of calm abandoned. Sam jumped into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine sputtered once, twice, but wouldn't catch. Come on," Sam muttered, turning the key again and again. I looked out the window, scanning the tree line. That's when I saw it again. The figure from the night before, standing just at the edge of the clearing. In the dim morning light, I could make out more details, and I almost wished I couldn't. Its skin was a sickly pale color, almost translucent, stretched tight over an impossibly thin frame. Its face was mostly hidden by lank, matted hair, but I could see its eyes. They were huge, bulbous things, reflecting the light like a cat's eyes. "Sam," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "it's here." Sam looked up from the ignition, following my gaze. He saw it too, and I heard him let out a small, choked sound of fear. The figure took a step forward, then another. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a marionette being controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. "Sam, we need to go. Now," I yelled, panic rising in my throat. As if triggered by my shout, the engine roared to life. Sam slammed the RV into gear and we lurched forward, tires spinning in the loose dirt before finally finding purchase. We sped down the narrow access road, branches scraping against the sides of the RV. I kept looking back, half expecting to see the creature chasing us, but there was nothing, just the endless green tunnel of the forest rushing past. We didn't slow down until we hit the main road, the sudden smoothness of the pavement a stark contrast to the rough forest track. We drove in silence for a long time, the only sound the hum of the engine and our own ragged breathing. Finally, as we approached the outskirts of Little Rock, Sam spoke. What was that thing?" he asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I shook my head. "I don't know, Sam. I really don't know." We made it back to my place in Little Rock by early afternoon. As we pulled into my driveway, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We were home. We were safe. But as I looked at Sam, I realized something. The fear in his eyes hadn't diminished. If anything, it had grown stronger. "You okay, buddy?" I asked. He nodded, but it was a jerky, unconvincing motion. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need some time to process, you know. I nodded, understanding completely. Why don't you come in for a bit? We can have a beer, talk it out. But Sam shook his head. Nah, I should get home. Lisa will be wondering where I am. I wanted to argue, to insist he stay, but I could see his mind was made up. We said our goodbyes, promising to call each other soon, and then he was gone, driving off in his own car which we'd left parked in my driveway before the trip. As I watched his taillights disappear around the corner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly, terribly wrong. The days following our return from the Ozarks passed in a haze of normalcy that felt surreal after what we'd experienced. I went back to work, answered emails, attended meetings, but beneath it all, a current of unease ran through everything I did. I kept expecting to see that figure, that thing, lurking at the edges of my vision. Every unexplained noise made me jump. I found myself avoiding dark places, keeping all the lights on in my house even during the day. I tried to talk to Sam about it, but he was distant, hard to reach. Our usual easy communication had been replaced by short, terse phone calls and unanswered text messages. When we did talk, he seemed distracted, his mind elsewhere. It was about a week after our return when I got the call. It was Sam's wife, Lisa. She was frantic, her words tumbling out so fast I could barely understand her.
Hernan, have you seen Sam? He's gone. He went out to the store yesterday and never came back. They found his car abandoned on some back road. The police, they're looking, but they haven't found anything. I don't know what to do.
I felt my heart drop into my stomach. When exactly did he go missing? I asked, dreading the answer. Yesterday afternoon, Lisa replied, her voice choked with tears. Around 3 p.m., he said he was just running to the store for milk. When he didn't come back after a couple of hours, I started calling around. Nobody had seen him. Then this morning, the police called. They found his car. I listened as she described the location where Sam's car had been found. It was a back road, not far from where we had camped. My blood ran cold as I realized the implications. Lisa, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, I'm on my way. We'll figure this out, okay? I hung up and sat there for a moment, my mind racing. Could it be connected? Had that thing from the forest somehow followed us? Had it taken Sam? I shook my head, trying to clear these thoughts. There had to be a rational explanation. I arrived at Sam and Lisa's house about an hour later. The police were already there, their cruisers parked haphazardly in the driveway. Lisa met me at the door, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She threw her arms around me as soon as she saw me, and I could feel her shaking. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. I hugged her back, feeling helpless. Of course I'm here to help in any way I can. Inside, the house was a flurry of activity. Police officers moved back and forth, talking in low voices. In the living room, I saw a detective interviewing one of Sam's co-worker. The air was thick with tension and fear. Lisa led me to the kitchen, where we could talk more privately. She poured us both coffee with shaking hands, spilling some on the counter. "Tell me everything," I said gently. She took a deep breath, visibly trying to compose herself. It was just a normal day. Sam went to work in the morning, came home for lunch. He seemed distracted, I guess, but I didn't think much of it. He's been like that ever since you guys got back from your camping trip. I nodded, encouraging her to continue. Around 3, he said we were out of milk. He was going to run to the store. I offered to go instead, but he insisted, said he needed some air. That was the last time I saw him. Her voice broke on the last word, and she had to take a moment before continuing. When he didn't come back after a couple of hours, I started to worry. I called his cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I called around to his friends, but no one had seen him. This morning, the police called. They found his car abandoned on Old Mill Road. That's about 20 miles from here, in the direction of where you guys went camping. I felt a chill run down my spine at her words. Old Mill Road. I knew it. It was one of the roads we had taken on our way to the campsite. Was there any sign of a struggle? I asked, dreading the answer. Lisa shook her head. No, that's the strange thing. The car was just parked on the side of the road. The keys were still in the ignition. His wallet and phone were on the seat. It's like he just vanished. I nodded, trying to process this information. It didn't make sense. Why would Sam drive out there? And what could have happened to make him abandon his car? Just then, one of the detectives entered the kitchen. He was a tall man with graying hair and a grim expression. "Mrs. Driscoll, we'd like to ask you a few more questions if that's all right," he said. Lisa nodded, standing up. She turned to me. "Hernan, would you mind staying? I don't want to be alone." "Of course," I said. "I'll be right here." As Lisa followed the detective out of the kitchen, I sat there, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that Sam's disappearance was somehow connected to what we had experienced in the Ozarks. But how could I explain that to the police? They'd think I was crazy. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through my recent calls. There, a week ago, was my last conversation with Sam. I hit play, hoping to hear something, anything that might give me a clue. Sam's voice came through the speaker, low and tense. "Hernan, I can't shake this feeling. It's like we brought something back with us. I keep seeing things, shadows moving where they shouldn't be. And the noises, God, the noises. I think it's watching me, Hernan. I think it followed us home." The message ended abruptly. I sat there, stunned. I remembered this call, but I hadn't taken it seriously at the time. I had chalked it up to stress, to the lingering effects of our frightening experience. But now, I looked up to see Lisa standing in the doorway, her face pale. "Hernan," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What happened out there in the woods?" The next few days were a blur of police interviews, search parties, and sleepless nights. I told the police everything I could about our camping trip, leaving out the more unexplainable parts. I described the campsite, the surrounding area, anything I thought might help them find Sam. But as the days stretched into a week, then two, hope began to fade. The police search turned up nothing. No traces of Sam, no clues to his whereabouts. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this, that what we had encountered in the woods was somehow responsible. But how could I explain that to anyone? Who would believe me? It was about 3 weeks after Sam's disappearance that I made a decision. If the police couldn't find him, I would. I owed it to Sam, to Lisa, to at least try. I started by revisiting the campsite. The drive out there was tense, every mile bringing back memories of our ill-fated trip. As I turned onto the narrow access road, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer. The campsite looked much as we had left it. Our hasty departure had left signs of our presence, a forgotten camp chair, an empty beer can. But there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. There in the soft earth near where we had parked the RV were footprints. The same impossibly large, claw-like prints I had seen the morning we fled. But these were fresh, couldn't have been more than a day or two old. I felt my heart racing as I realized the implications. Whatever that thing was, it was still here, still active, and possibly still hunting. I spent the rest of the day combing the area, looking for any sign of Sam. I found nothing concrete, but there were oddities. Places where the underbrush had been crushed, as if something large had moved through. Strange marks on the trees, too high up to have been made by any normal animal. As the sun began to set, I reluctantly headed back to my car. I couldn't risk being in these woods after dark. Not alone, not with what I knew was out there. On the drive back to Little Rock, my mind was racing. I needed help, but who could I turn to? The police wouldn't believe me if I told them about the creature. They'd think I was crazy, or worse, somehow involved in Sam's disappearance. That's when I remembered Dr. Eleanor Reeves. She was a professor of folklore and mythology at the university where Sam and I had studied. More importantly, she had a reputation for being open-minded about unusual phenomena. I made a decision. Tomorrow, I would pay Dr. Reeves a visit. Maybe, just maybe, she could help me make sense of what was happening. As I pulled into my driveway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around, but the street was empty, quiet in the late evening hour. Still, as I hurried inside, I could have sworn I heard a faint rustling from the bushes at the edge of my property. I locked the door behind me, double-checking every window before I finally allowed myself to relax. As I sat on my couch, the events of the day replaying in my mind, one thought kept circling. What if it had followed me home? The next morning, I headed to the university as soon as visiting hours began. The campus was quiet, most students away for the summer break. I made my way to the anthropology building, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. Dr. Reeves's office was at the end of a long corridor, the door decorated with various mythological symbols. I knocked, my heart pounding. "Come in," a voice called from inside. I entered to find a small, cluttered office. Books were piled everywhere, and the walls were covered in maps and strange artifacts. Behind a large antique desk sat Dr. Eleanor Reeves. She was older than I remembered, her hair now completely gray, but her eyes were as sharp and intelligent as ever. "Hernan Gutierrez," she said, recognition dawning on her face. "It's been a long time. What brings you here?" I took a deep breath. "Dr. Reeves, I need your help. Something strange has happened, and I don't know who else to turn to." She gestured for me to sit, her expression growing serious. "Tell me everything," she said, and so I did. I told her about the camping trip, about the strange noises and the feeling of being watched. I described the creature I had seen, its impossible proportions and unnatural movements. I told her about Sam's disappearance and my recent visit to the campsite. Throughout my story, Dr. Reeves listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. When I finished, she sat back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Hernan," she said slowly, "what you're describing, it sounds like something I've encountered in my research before. Have you ever heard of the Ozark Howler?" I shook my head. "It's a creature from local folklore," she explained, "described as a large bear-like creature with a howl like a wolf. But some accounts describe it differently, more like what you saw." She stood up and walked to one of her bookshelves, pulling out an old leather-bound volume. She flipped through it before finding what she was looking for. "Here," she said, showing me the page. "This is an account from 1834. A trapper described encountering a creature in the Ozarks. Listen to this. It was taller than any man, with arms that near touched the ground. Its skin was pale as death, and its eyes glowed like hellfire in the dark." I felt a chill run down my spine. The description matched almost exactly what I had seen. "But Dr. Reeves," I said, "this is just folklore, right? It can't be real." She looked at me over her glasses. "Hernan, in my years of study, I've learned that folklore often has a basis in truth. The details may be exaggerated, the stories embellished, but at the core, there's usually something real." She sat back down, her expression grave. "What concerns me most is your friend's disappearance. There are other stories, other accounts of people going missing in those woods, never to be seen again." I felt my heart sink. "So you think this thing, whatever it is, took Sam?" Dr. Reeves nodded slowly. "It's possible, but Hernan, if that's the case, we need to be very careful. Whatever this creature is, it's dangerous. And if it's followed you back to the city..." She didn't need to finish the sentence. I understood the implications all too well. "What should I do?" I asked, feeling suddenly very small and very afraid. Dr. Reeves thought for a moment. "First, we need more information. I have contacts in the area, people who know the local legends. I'll reach out to them, see what I can find out. In the meantime, I want you to be extremely careful. Don't go anywhere alone, especially at night. And if you see anything at all that seems strange or out of place, I want you to call me immediately." I nodded, grateful for her help, but still terrified of what might be out there. As I stood to leave, Dr. Reeves caught my arm. "Hernan," she said, her voice low and serious, "whatever this thing is, it's not just a simple predator. The legends, they speak of it as being intelligent, cunning. If it's real, if it's out there, it might be hunting you now." I left the university with more questions than answers, but at least now I had an ally. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that every shadow, every movement in my peripheral vision could be the creature, the Ozark Howler, as Dr. Reeves had called it. That night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I heard it, a sound outside my window, a rustling in the bushes, and then, carried on the night air, a low, mournful howl that made my blood run cold. It was here, in the city, and it was looking for me. The days that followed my meeting with Dr. Reeves were a nightmare of paranoia and fear. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every unexpected noise made me jump. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that pale, elongated figure lurking just out of sight. I threw myself into research, spending hours poring over old books and online forums, looking for any information I could find about the Ozark Howler. Most of what I found was clearly fiction, campfire stories and local legends. But here and there, I found accounts that rang true, that matched what I had seen. One story in particular caught my attention. It was from a hiker who claimed to have encountered the creature in the 1970s. He described finding strange markings on trees, 3 parallel lines carved deep into the bark. I remembered seeing similar marks at the campsite, but at the time I had dismissed them as normal animal scratches. I shared my findings with Dr. Reeves, who was equally intrigued. She had been reaching out to her contacts, gathering more information. What she told me was disturbing. "Hernan," she said during one of our now frequent phone calls, "I think we're dealing with something far more dangerous than we initially thought. My sources tell me there's been an increase in missing persons cases in the areas surrounding the Ozarks. Not just hikers or campers, but people from nearby towns, and in each case there were reports of strange noises, unexplained shadows." "You think it's all connected?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "I do," she replied gravely, "and I think it's escalating. Whatever this creature is, it seems to be growing bolder, expanding its hunting ground." The implications were terrifying. If Dr. Reeves was right, this wasn't just about Sam anymore. This thing was a threat to everyone in the area. "What can we do?" I asked. There was a long pause before Dr. Reeves answered. "I think we need to go back, Hernan, back to where this all started. We need to find this creature, and we need to stop it." I felt a chill run down my spine at her words. The thought of going back into those woods, of intentionally seeking out the thing that had haunted my nightmares for weeks, was almost too much to bear. But I knew she was right. We couldn't just sit back and do nothing while more people went missing. We spent the next few days preparing. Dr. Reeves reached out to some of her more unconventional contacts, people who dealt with the kind of threats that most of the world pretended didn't exist. They provided us with equipment, specialized cameras, audio recorders, even weapons that they claimed would be effective against supernatural creatures. As we made our preparations, the incidents continued. More sightings, more disappearances, and always that feeling of being watched. More than once I caught glimpses of something moving just at the edge of my vision. Pale, elongated limbs disappearing around corners, glowing eyes reflecting the streetlights for just a moment before vanishing. It was watching me, I realized, hunting me. But two could play at that game. The night before we were set to leave for the Ozarks, I stood at my window, looking out at the darkened street. For a moment, I thought I saw it, a tall, pale figure standing beneath a streetlight. But when I blinked, it was gone. "I'm coming for you," I whispered into the darkness, "and I'm going to find out what you've done with Sam." As if in response, a low, mournful howl echoed through the night. A sound that was part animal, part something else entirely. A sound that spoke of ancient hunger and patient, relentless pursuit. The hunt was on, but this time we were the hunters. Chapter 8. Return to the Ozarks. The drive back to the Ozarks was tense, to say the least. Dr. Reeves sat in the passenger seat, her eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the dense forest on either side. The back of my SUV was loaded with equipment, cameras, audio recorders, motion sensors, and other devices I couldn't even name. As we got closer to our destination, the forest seemed to press in on us, the trees looming over the road like silent sentinels. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was tracking our progress through its domain. We arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon. The clearing looked much as it had when I'd last visited, but there was a heaviness in the air, a sense of wrongness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "We should set up the equipment before it gets dark," Dr. Reeves said, her voice tense. We worked quickly, setting up motion-activated cameras around the perimeter of the clearing and placing audio recorders at strategic points. Dr. Reeves had brought some kind of specialized equipment that she said would detect anomalous energy readings. I didn't fully understand how it worked, but I trusted her expertise. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, we retreated to our tent. It was a far cry from the comfort of the RV I'd shared with Sam on our last trip, but it felt safer somehow, more defensible. "What now?" I asked Dr. Reeves as we sat in the gathering darkness, our flashlights creating small pools of light in the tent. "Now," she said, her voice low, "we wait, and we watch." The night seemed to stretch on endlessly. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made us tense up, our eyes straining to see through the darkness. But nothing came. No pale, elongated figure, no glowing eyes in the shadows. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning, when the sky was just beginning to lighten with the promise of dawn, that something happened. One of the motion sensors went off, a sharp beeping that made us both jump. Dr. Reeves rushed to the monitoring equipment we'd set up, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "There," she said, pointing to one of the screens. Something triggered the sensor on the north side of the clearing. I peered at the screen, but all I could see was a blur of movement, too fast for the camera to capture clearly. "What is it?" I asked, my heart racing. Dr. Reeves shook her head. "I'm not sure, but look at this." She pulled up another screen, this one showing readings from her energy detection equipment. The graph was spiking wildly. Whatever it is, it's giving off massive amounts of energy, like nothing I've ever seen before. We spent the rest of the day analyzing the data we'd collected, but it raised more questions than it answered. The energy readings were off the charts, unlike anything in Dr. Reeves' extensive database. The audio recorders had picked up strange noises, low, rumbling sounds that seemed to be just at the edge of human hearing. As night fell again, we prepared ourselves for another long vigil, but this time we didn't have to wait long. It was just past midnight when we heard it. A long, mournful howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and patient, relentless pursuit. The sound of the Ozark Howler. "It's here," I whispered, my voice shaking. Dr. Reeves nodded, her face pale in the glow of the monitors. "Remember the plan," she said. "We're not here to confront it. We just need to observe, to gather data." But as another howl split the night air, closer this time, I knew in my heart that our plans were about to change. This wasn't just about gathering data anymore. This was about survival. We stepped out of the tent, our specialized weapons at the ready. The clearing was bathed in pale moonlight, the shadows of the trees stretching like grasping fingers across the ground. And there, at the edge of the clearing, was the creature. It was just as I remembered, impossibly tall, with long, gangly limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on us with an intelligence that was terrifyingly human. For a moment we all stood frozen, Dr. Reeves and I, and this impossible creature from Nightmare. Then with a speed that defied its awkward appearance, it moved. The next few minutes were a blur of action and terror. We fired our weapons, strange energy pulses that seemed to distort the air as they traveled. The creature howled in pain or rage, a sound that made my ears ring and my vision blur. In the chaos, I lost track of Dr. Reeves. I could hear her shouting, but her words were lost in the cacophony of howls and weapons fire. I stumbled through the underbrush, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. And then suddenly, I was face to face with the creature. Its breath was hot on my face, smelling of decay and something alien, something that had no place in this world. Its elongated fingers reached for me, sharp claws glinting in the moonlight. In that moment, as I stared into its glowing eyes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Recognition. This thing, this monster, it knew me, and not just from our encounter in the woods. No, this was older, deeper. With a jolt of horror, I realized the truth. The Ozark Howler wasn't just some creature that lived in these woods. It was something that had been with us, with humanity, for a very long time. Something that hunted us from the shadows, that fed on our fear as much as our flesh. And in that moment of revelation, as the creature's claws reached for me, I heard a voice, Sam's voice, echoing in my mind. "Run, Hernan," it said. "Run, and don't look back." I didn't question it. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I could hear the creature's howl, filled with rage and frustration. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself back at the clearing. Dr. Reeves was there, her clothes torn and dirty, but alive. "We need to go," she said, her voice shaking. "Now." We grabbed what equipment we could and fled, leaving the rest behind. As we drove away, the sound of howling followed us, growing fainter with distance but never quite fading away entirely. We didn't speak much on the drive back to Little Rock. What was there to say? We had gone looking for answers and found only more questions. and something else, a sense that we had brushed up against something ancient and terrible, something that defied our understanding of the world. In the days and weeks that followed, Dr. Reeves and I pored over the data we had gathered, the energy readings, the audio recordings, the blurry images captured by our cameras. We reached out to experts in fields ranging from cryptozoology to quantum physics, seeking any explanation for what we had encountered. But in the end, we were left with more questions than answers. The Ozark Howler, whatever it was, remained a mystery, a terrifying, dangerous mystery that continued to haunt the forests and the fringes of civilization. As for Sam, we never found him. The police eventually closed the case, ruling it a probable accidental death. But I knew the truth, or at least I thought I did. Sam was out there somewhere, lost in a realm beyond our understanding, a victim of forces we could barely comprehend. I still hear the howling sometimes, on dark nights when the wind blows just right, and I see shadows moving at the corner of my eye, gone when I turn to look. The Ozark Howler is still out there, still hunting, and I can't shake the feeling that one day it will come for me again. But until then, I'll keep searching for answers, for Sam, for all the others who have vanished into the darkness. Because someone has to stand against the night, against the ancient terrors that lurk in the shadows of our world. And if you find yourself in the Ozarks or any dark and lonely place and you hear a strange howl on the wind, run and don't look back, because the howler is out there, waiting, watching, and it's always hungry. I've been camping in Arizona since I could carry my own water bottle. The high country around Flagstaff holds no surprises for someone who grew up 30 miles south in the heat. My cousin Tyler and I started doing overnight trips when we hit high school, testing ourselves against the elevation and the October cold that drops like a stone once the sun disappears behind the San Francisco peaks. We'd done Ashurst Lake more times than I could count, worked our way through the dispersed sites around Marshall Lake, and spent quiet nights at pullouts along Lake Mary Road when we just wanted to hear silence and drive home early. The routine had become second nature. Load the Tacoma with our two-person tent, a cooler that never held more than we could finish in one night, a small bundle of split wood from the gas station, and the old 6-cell Maglite that had lived under my father's truck seat for 15 years before he passed it to me. October 2021 came in dry and clear, the kind of high desert autumn that makes you forget summer ever happened. The Weather Service was calling for a cold front to push through midweek, dropping overnight temperatures into the 20s with clear skies and steady wind. Perfect conditions for a quiet camp, the kind where you can hear your own thoughts and sleep deep enough to wake up genuinely rested. Tyler finished his shift at the auto parts store on Tuesday afternoon, and I wrapped up my route deliveries for the building supply company by 4. We met at my place in Flagstaff, threw our gear in the truck bed, and headed north on Lake Mary Road as the sun started its slide toward the western hills. The dispersed camping area at the north end of Upper Lake Mary sits about 20 minutes from town, accessible by a series of cinder spurs that branch off the main road like fingers reaching toward the water. I'd used a particular spot twice before, a level patch of ground scattered with juniper and mountain mahogany, bordered by a shallow wash that carries snowmelt toward the lake during spring runoff. We turned off Lake Mary Road onto the familiar cinder track, tires crunching through loose volcanic rock that had been ground to powder by decades of traffic. The spur runs straight for about 100 yards before curving left toward a natural clearing that sits maybe 30 feet above the lake level. From there, you can see the entire southern shore and the dark line of forest that rises toward Mormon Mountain. The lake stretched out flat and black, maybe 100 yards from where we'd park. The water level was low from the dry summer, exposing a wide band of red earth along the shoreline. A few scattered boulders that normally sit submerged broke the surface like the backs of sleeping animals. The whole scene held that peculiar stillness you get in high country just before weather moves through. We parked facing the tree line, leaving the truck bed pointed toward the water so we could sit on the tailgate and watch the lake while we ate. The tent went up 20 feet from the truck, positioned so the cab would block the worst of the wind that was already starting to pick up from the southwest. Tyler walked a wide circle around the campsite while I set up the tent, checking for the normal signs of previous use. We found day-old tire tracks in the cinders, rabbit prints near the wash, and a neat ring of fire-blackened rocks that someone had left behind. No trash, no broken glass, nothing that suggested the kind of party camping that sometimes turns these sites into wastelands. By sunset, we had hot dogs cooking over a small fire built inside the existing rock ring. The cold front was announcing itself the way mountain weather always does, with a subtle shift in air pressure that makes your ears pop and a sudden sharpening of distant sounds. I could hear individual vehicles on Highway 87, their tire noise carrying across what had to be 3 miles of forest. When a Stellar's jay moved through the juniper nearby, every branch scratch and wing beat reached us with unusual clarity. Neither of us talked much once the sun dropped behind the peaks. It was one of those evenings where conversation feels unnecessary, where the sound of your own voice seems too loud for the space around you. We ate our dinner and drank beer from the cooler while the temperature dropped steadily and the wind gained strength. By 10 o'clock, the fire had burned down to a bed of orange coals that pulsed and dimmed with each gust of wind. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees since sunset, and I could see my breath when I leaned close to the embers. We doused the coals with water from a gallon jug, stirring the ash until nothing remained but a faint whisper of steam. The cooler went next to the truck's rear passenger tire, positioned where we could reach it from inside the cab if we needed water during the night. Tyler laughed when I walked around the Tacoma twice, checking that all 4 doors were locked and testing each handle with a firm pull. Old habits from childhood camping trips with my father, who never trusted that the first button press on a key fob had actually engaged the locks. "You're worse than my mom," Tyler said, but I saw him check the driver's side handle anyway. We brushed our teeth using water from our bottles, spitting into the wash where the gray water would drain toward the lake. The wind carried away the mint smell of toothpaste almost immediately, replacing it with the clean scent of juniper and the faint mineral smell that rises from lake water when the air temperature drops faster than the water temperature. Inside the tent, we arranged our gear with the practiced efficiency of people who had shared small spaces many times before. Boots positioned where we could find them in complete darkness, headlamps hung around our necks on adjustable straps, cell phones within easy reach, though we both knew the signal was spotty this far from town. I zipped the tent fly shut at 11, cutting off our view of the outside world and reducing it to sounds and shadows. The wind worked the rainfly with steady pushes and pulls, creating the familiar rhythm of synthetic fabric under tension. Somewhere in the distance, a great horned owl called once and went silent. Tyler settled into his sleeping bag with the rustling movements of someone trying to find a comfortable position on uneven ground. I lay on my back, listening to the wind move through the trees and the faint lapping of small waves against the exposed shoreline. The combination of physical exhaustion from a full day's work and the clean mountain air was pulling me toward sleep when I heard my cousin speak from somewhere near the truck. The voice came from outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away, using Tyler's normal tone and cadence. Not a shout, not a whisper, just the conversational volume he used when he didn't want to wake anyone nearby. "Dave, bring the light." I rolled onto my left elbow, immediately confused. My first thought was that Tyler had somehow gotten out of the tent without me noticing, probably to urinate, and now needed the mag light for some reason. Then Tyler shifted beside me, his sleeping bag brushing against my arm as he turned over. I felt the movement clearly. He was right there, less than 2 feet away. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah," Tyler whispered back, and I could hear the tension in his voice. We both held perfectly still, listening to the wind work through the guy lines and the rhythmic creaking of tent poles under stress. 30 seconds passed, maybe 40. Then I heard a single metallic click from the direction of the truck, the unmistakable sound of a door handle being tested against locked mechanism. The click was followed by weight shifting in the loose cinders, the particular grinding sound that volcanic gravel makes under pressure. If you've spent time camping on that substrate, you recognize the sound immediately, something heavy placing footsteps carefully, trying to move quietly through material that broadcasts every movement. There was a pause, as if whoever or whatever was out there was listening for a response from inside the tent. Then from across the lake, a lone coyote began its evening song. The cry started with the usual rising note that carries for miles in thin air, joined after a few seconds by a second voice from the same direction. But then something else picked up the pattern, something much closer to our camp. It attempted to match the rhythm and tone of the distant coyotes but got the spacing wrong, producing a series of vocalizations that sounded like syllables arranged in the wrong order. The timing was off, the pitch inconsistent, as if something was trying to imitate a sound it had heard but didn't understand. I felt my scalp tighten and a cold knot form in my stomach. I've heard coyotes my entire life, lived with their songs since childhood. What was coming from the darkness near our camp was not a coyote. "Who's there?" I called out, loud enough to carry beyond the tent but not quite shouting. The false coyote sound stopped instantly, cut off mid-note with the abruptness of a radio being switched off. The silence that followed was complete, except for the wind and the distant lapping of water against rock. Even the real coyotes across the lake had gone quiet. Then came footsteps in the cinders, moving away from the truck. They started slow and deliberate, each step placed carefully to minimize noise. But after 4 or 5 measured paces, the footfalls suddenly accelerated into a burst of movement that covered too much ground for the amount of sound it generated. Tyler and I stayed motionless in our sleeping bags for what felt like several minutes but was probably less than one. I could hear his breathing, controlled and shallow. My own heart was beating hard enough that I was sure the sound would carry outside the tent. "You good?" Tyler whispered.
Yeah.
"You? Let's look." We unzipped the tent fly together, moving the slider mechanisms as quietly as possible. I kept my headlamp around my neck but tilted it toward the ground and switched it to its lowest setting, producing just enough red light to avoid stepping on gear or tripping over guy lines. The mag light stayed in my left hand with my thumb resting on the power button, but I didn't activate it. The last coals in our fire ring were still giving off a faint orange glow, enough illumination to show the basic outline of our campsite and the dark bulk of the truck. What I saw next to the cooler made my stomach drop. Pressed into the powdery cinder next to the truck's rear tire was a barefoot print, not a boot print, not a shoe print, but the clear impression of a naked human foot. The print was longer and narrower than mine by at least an inch, with toes splayed wide as if the foot had been pressed down hard to gain purchase in the loose material. But the proportions were wrong. The toes extended too far forward, creating an overall length that seemed excessive even for someone with large feet. There was no clear heel impression, just a faint suggestion of pressure behind the deeply embedded toe marks. The angle of the toes pointed southwest, toward the thicker grove of juniper where our scent would be carried by the prevailing wind. Whatever had made this print had been moving upwind, positioning itself to catch our smell. Tyler emerged from the tent behind me, moving with the careful silence of someone who had spent years hunting elk in similar terrain. He saw the print immediately and stopped walking, his breathing becoming even more controlled. That's when something moved at the edge of our vision. It crossed through the periphery of the dim firelight, maintaining a distance of maybe 30 feet from where we stood. The movement suggested bipedal locomotion, but the proportions were wrong. The shoulders seemed too broad for the height. The gait was wrong for level ground, as if the legs were slightly too long for normal human stride. Most unsettling was its obvious effort to avoid giving us a clear view. It moved between obstacles, using the scattered juniper and granite boulders to break up its silhouette. We never got a direct look at its face or front profile, only glimpses of something that held a roughly human shape, while moving in ways that no human should move. Tyler stepped behind the truck to urinate, keeping the vehicle between himself and the tree line where the movement had disappeared. I positioned myself where I could see his boots under the truck and maintain a view of our surroundings. The wind continued to carry our scent toward the lake, and whatever was out there seemed to be using that to its advantage, staying upwind to monitor us without revealing its own location. From the far side of the truck bed, close enough that it seemed to come from just beyond the tailgate, I heard my own voice speak Tyler's nickname. "Toik, over here." The voice was perfect. Same pitch, same inflection, same slight rasp I get when I haven't had enough water. It was my voice in every detail except that my mouth had not moved and my throat had not made the sounds. Tyler finished quickly and backed around the truck bumper without turning away from the bed. "Dave," he said, and the way he spoke my name contained both a question and a warning. I was standing in full view 5 feet to his right. He could see me clearly in the dim light from the coals. He knew exactly where I was. "I'm right here," I managed to say, but the words came out thin and uncertain. We both understood what had just happened, even though neither of us wanted to acknowledge it directly. Something in the darkness had used my voice to try to draw Tyler away from the truck, away from the light, away from me. The realization hit both of us simultaneously. Whatever was out there had been listening to us long enough to learn the sound of our voices. It had been close enough to hear our conversations around the fire, our casual exchanges as we set up camp. It had been studying us. We began moving in small, careful steps back toward the truck doors, keeping our backs to the vehicle and our eyes on the tree line. I unlocked the doors with the key fob, timing the electronic beeps to coincide with wind gusts to avoid providing audio landmarks for whatever was tracking us. The world had contracted to a narrow focus: the rectangular windows of the truck cab, the strip of juniper beyond the firelight, the grinding sound of our own footsteps in the cinders. Every shadow held potential threat. Every movement of wind through branches could be masking the sound of something approaching. 30 feet from the truck, something moved between the juniper trunks again. It was maintaining the same careful distance, refusing to present a clear target for our lights or our attention. The shape held human proportions until we reached the truck and Tyler turned the key in the ignition. When Tyler hit the high beams, everything changed. The powerful headlights cut across the clearing like searchlight beams, illuminating an area roughly 60 feet wide and 40 feet deep. In that cone of brilliant white light, we saw something that made my throat close up and my hands begin to shake. A figure was standing between two juniper trees, maybe 30 feet from the truck. It held an approximately human silhouette, upright posture, 2 arms, 2 legs, head proportioned normally for the body size. But the moment the lights hit it, it dropped to all fours in a movement that violated every expectation of how a human body should bend. There was no visible articulation at the waist, no folding at the knees. The figure simply hinged forward at some point that seemed to be located somewhere around the middle of its torso, lowering itself to a quadrupedal position in one smooth, wrong motion. Then it disappeared behind a juniper tree that should not have been large enough to conceal something of its apparent size. We sat in the truck with the engine idling, high beams blazing across the tree line, waiting for any movement that would reveal where it had gone. The heater fan cycled on and off. The dashboard lights cast everything inside the cab in a green glow. Outside, the trees stood motionless in the artificial daylight of the headlamps. There had been no eyeshine when the lights hit the figure, no reflective flash from retinas or glasses or any other surface. Just the flat certainty that something large had been standing upright in our camp and was now gone. The silence stretched for 30 seconds, maybe 40. Then we heard the cinders shift again, a quick scraping sound that suggested rapid movement followed by stillness. It had changed position, but we couldn't tell where. I felt the physical response that comes with genuine fear, hair standing up along my forearms, a metallic taste in my mouth, heightened awareness of every sound and movement. Not the theatrical fear of movies or campfire stories, but the primitive alarm system that evolution built into human nervous systems to keep us alive when predators were near. Tyler put the truck in reverse, and we began backing slowly up the cinder spur, headlights sweeping across trees and open ground. The beams washed over familiar landmarks, the fire ring we had built, the tent that now seemed impossibly small and vulnerable, the cooler sitting next to that impossible barefoot print. As we retreated, I felt it tracking our movement, not alongside the truck, but ahead of us at an angle, the way a predatory animal will cut across terrain to anticipate where its prey is heading. We never saw it again, but I could sense its presence in the way the wind carried sounds and in the feeling that we were being observed from multiple positions. The cinder road seemed longer going out than it had coming in. Every curve held potential ambush. Every shadow between the trees could be concealing something that moved wrong and spoke with stolen voices. We didn't speak until we reached the 24-hour gas station at Mormon Lake, pulling up under the harsh fluorescent lights of the canopy where everything was visible and normal and safe. The sudden transition from mountain darkness to commercial illumination made both of us blink and squint as our eyes readjusted. Tyler bought coffee from the machine while I called the Coconino County Sheriff's non-emergency line. I didn't want sirens or emergency response. I wanted a written record and an official witness who could return to the site with us when daylight made investigation possible. The dispatcher took our names, location, and a brief description of what we had encountered. She was professional and efficient, asking practical questions about our exact location and whether we felt we were in immediate danger. When I described finding the footprint and hearing our own voices used to call us from the darkness, she paused for several seconds before asking me to repeat the details. "Someone will meet you at first light," she said. "Stay where there are other people until then." We sat in the truck under the station lights, drinking bad coffee and watching the glass doors as if they might open to admit something we had accidentally brought with us from the lake. The normal late-night traffic of long-haul truckers and shift workers felt surreal after what we had experienced. How could people be buying energy drinks and checking tire pressure when something impossible was moving through the forest just 20 minutes away? A Coconino County deputy arrived at the gas station as the sky began to lighten behind the mountains. He looked tired in the way people do when their shift spans the transition from night to day, but he listened to our account without skepticism or dismissal. He followed us back down Lake Mary Road in his SUV, emergency lights off, treating this as an investigation rather than a response to immediate threat. In the growing daylight, our campsite looked completely normal. The tent stood where we had left it, guy lines properly tensioned, stakes driven deep into the cinder. Our fire ring was neat and cold. There was no obvious disturbance, no scattered gear, nothing that would suggest any kind of struggle or confrontation. But the print remained. The deputy crouched next to the cooler and examined the impression in the powdery cinder with careful attention to detail. He took photographs from multiple angles with his phone, using a pen from his uniform pocket to provide scale reference. The toe marks were clearly defined, showing the kind of deep pressure that comes from significant weight being placed carefully. He followed the implied track toward the juniper grove, looking for additional prints or other signs of passage. What he found made him stand up and rub his jaw with the back of his hand. "This is odd," he said, which struck me as remarkable understatement. Where you would expect to find heel impressions from normal human walking, there was nothing. The deep toe prints continued for about 15 feet into the brush line, but they were not accompanied by the full footprints that would result from normal bipedal locomotion. It was as if something had been moving on the balls of its feet exclusively, never placing its heels against the ground. The deputy wrote an incident report number on a business card and handed it to me. He didn't try to explain what we had found. He didn't offer theories about hoaxers or wildlife or weather effects. He documented what was there and what wasn't, which was exactly what I needed from someone in authority. We broke camp with unusual efficiency, both of us wanting to finish the task and leave before whatever had visited us during the night decided to return. The morning sun was warming the air and burning off the frost that had formed on our gear, but I still felt exposed and watched whenever I turned my back to the tree line. Tyler rolled up the tent while I loaded the cooler into the truck bed inside a black trash bag. I didn't want that cooler in my house after what had happened. The aluminum surface felt contaminated somehow, marked by proximity to something that had no business existing in the ordinary world. We checked the truck thoroughly for any additional prints or marks that might indicate tampering. The doors showed no scratches or dents around the handles. The windows were clean. The only unusual mark was a faint smear along the driver's side door that I couldn't identify or remember making. It might have been from my own hand during the previous evening's setup, but it bothered me enough that I photographed it before wiping it clean. The drive back to town took place in near silence, both of us processing what we had experienced and trying to fit it into our understanding of how the world works. Every few minutes, one of us would start to speak and then stop, as if the act of discussing it might somehow make it more real than we could handle. At the gas station where we had waited for dawn, an older man came in for coffee while we were settling up with the deputy. He glanced at our faces, noticed the official vehicle outside, and looked at the red dust on our boots that marked us as people who had been camping in the dispersed areas around the lakes. He didn't introduce himself or play the role of local expert. He didn't smile or treat our obvious distress as entertainment. Instead, he spoke quietly while paying for his coffee. "Don't camp alone out there when the wind's right." I asked what he meant by right. He shrugged one shoulder. "When it carries names." He left without elaborating, climbing into a battered pickup and driving away toward Flagstaff. The deputy watched him go and made a note in his report, but he didn't comment on the exchange. That was October 2021. Tyler and I have not returned to Lake Mary for overnight camping since then. We've driven past the area during daylight hours, and the familiar landmarks look exactly as they should: peaceful, normal, suitable for family recreation and quiet weekends in the forest. But we've added rules to our camping routine that account for what we learned that night. We don't answer names called from the darkness. If someone needs to communicate with us after full dark, they can approach the campfire or the truck where we can see them clearly. We don't respond to voices that seem to come from the wrong direction or at the wrong time. We camp in larger groups now, never just the two of us in isolated locations. We choose sites with good sight lines and multiple escape routes. We carry more powerful lights and keep them within reach at all times. Most importantly, we don't sleep in areas where the wind patterns might carry our scent toward terrain we can't observe. Whatever was tracking us that night was using the air currents strategically, staying upwind to monitor our movements while remaining concealed. That suggests a level of intelligence and planning that makes me uncomfortable in ways I still can't fully articulate. People will explain this story in various ways. They'll talk about wind effects on sound transmission, about the way fear can distort perception and create false memories. They'll mention hoaxers and local kids playing pranks, wildlife behavior that seems unusual, until you understand the underlying causes. I don't argue with those explanations because I can't prove they're wrong, but I know the sound of my own voice when I hear it. I know how a human body moves when it goes from vertical to horizontal posture. I know the difference between a coyote song and something else trying to imitate a coyote song. I also know the feeling of being studied by something that understands enough about human behavior to use our own voices against us, something intelligent enough to stay upwind and patient enough to learn our patterns before making contact. Tyler brings up that night once a year or so, usually when we're planning camping trips or when someone asks why we don't go to Lake Mary anymore. He mentions it the way you might touch a healing wound to see if it still hurts. It does. I'm writing this down because the experience has remained vivid and unchanged in my memory for 3 years now. The details haven't softened or become uncertain the way most memories do. Every sound, every image, every moment of recognition and fear exists in my mind with the same clarity it had when it was happening. I'm also writing it because there are places in the Arizona high country where you should pay attention to small details. The way sound travels when weather systems move through, the shape a print makes when the weight distribution is wrong, the profile that refuses to show you its face, the voice that calls you from the wrong direction when you can see exactly where that voice should be coming from. These are things worth knowing if you spend time in remote areas where the old rules might still apply, where something patient enough and intelligent enough might be living according to patterns we don't understand. That was our last night at Lake Mary. I expect it will remain our last night there until one of us gets old enough to stop caring about new rules, or until whatever was out there moves on to different territory. The incident report number is still in my wallet. The cooler went to the landfill the next day. The memory stays sharp and complete, filed away like evidence for a case that will never come to trial. Some experiences don't require belief or explanation. They only require that you remember them accurately and adjust your behavior accordingly. This was one of those experiences. The wind still carries names sometimes. We just don't answer them anymore. The Montana sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as I made my way through the dense forest, following the familiar path to the research facility. The morning air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was October 15, 2025, and at 38 years old I had been working as a geneticist for the U.S. government for over a decade. My name is David Myers, though few people here knew me by that name. In this place, secrecy was currency, and true identities were buried beneath layers of clearance and carefully crafted pseudonyms. As I approached the facility, its imposing structure came into view. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like nothing more than an abandoned warehouse, its exterior weathered and unremarkable, but I knew better. Beneath that unassuming facade lay a labyrinth of cutting-edge laboratories and containment units, all dedicated to pushing the boundaries of genetic engineering. I pressed my palm against the hidden biometric scanner, concealed within a knot in an old oak tree. A soft beep confirmed my identity, and a section of the forest floor silently slid away, revealing a steep staircase descending into darkness. As I made my way down, fluorescent lights flickered to life, illuminating the sterile white walls of the underground passage. The air grew cooler as I descended, the scent of pine replaced by the sharp tang of disinfectant. The low hum of machinery grew louder with each step, a constant reminder of the facility's ceaseless activity. At the bottom of the stairs, I faced another security checkpoint. This time, a retinal scan and a series of complex gestures were required to grant me access. As the final door hissed open, I stepped into the heart of the facility. The main atrium was a hive of activity, even at this early hour. Scientists in pristine white lab coats hurried from one section to another, their faces a mix of excitement and exhaustion. Holographic displays flickered in the air, showing complex genetic sequences and real-time data from various experiments. I made my way to my workstation in the genetics wing, nodding to a few colleagues as I passed. Most kept their heads down, focused intently on their work. In a place like this, friendly chatter was rare. We all knew the weight of our responsibilities, the secrecy our work demanded. As I settled into my chair and powered up my computer, Dr. Sharon Lewis, one of the few people I considered a friend in this isolated world, approached my desk. Her usually meticulously styled hair was disheveled, and dark circles under her eyes suggested she had been here all night. "David," she said, her voice low and urgent, "we need to talk about Subject 5. I felt a chill run down my spine at the mention of our most classified project. Subject 5 was the culmination of years of research, a creature born from the fusion of Komodo dragon and grizzly bear DNA. It was meant to be the ultimate adaptive organism, capable of surviving in the harshest conditions and regenerating from severe injuries. But lately, things had been different." "What's happened?" I asked, leaning in close to ensure our conversation remained private. Sharon glanced around nervously before continuing. "It's growing again. And not just physically. The cognitive tests we ran yesterday. David, it's off the charts. It's learning at a rate we've never seen before." I ran a hand through my hair, a habit I'd developed when stressed. "That's impossible. We designed its neural pathways to have limits. It shouldn't be capable of this level of growth." "Well, it is," Sharon replied, her voice tinged with a mix of fear and awe. "And that's not all. It's been watching us. Not just observing, but studying. The way it tracks movement, the way it responds to stimuli. It's almost as if it's analyzing us." The implications of what Sharon was saying sent a wave of unease through me. We had created Subject 5 to be adaptable, yes, but always within our control. If it was truly developing beyond our parameters, we could be dealing with something far more dangerous than we had ever anticipated. "We need to inform Dr. Reiner," I said, referring to the project lead. "If Subject 5 is evolving this rapidly, we may need to consider termination protocols." Sharon nodded, her face grim. "He's called an emergency meeting for this afternoon. But David, I think we both know it might be too late for that." As Sharon walked away, I turned to my computer, pulling up the latest data on Subject 5. As I scrolled through the charts and graphs, each showing exponential growth and development, a sense of dread began to settle in my stomach. We had set out to create a new form of life, something that could revolutionize warfare and survival in extreme conditions. But as I stared at the cold, hard data before me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had created something we could no longer control. Little did I know as I sat there poring over the data that in just a few short hours my worst fears would be realized. The creature we had brought into this world was about to break free, and the quiet, secluded facility I had called home for so long would become a battleground for survival. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to steady my nerves. There was work to be done, tests to run, and a creature to contain. But deep down, a voice whispered that we were already too late. The calm I felt in that moment was nothing more than the deceptive quiet before a storm of unimaginable proportions. As I opened my eyes and began my day's work, I had no idea that by nightfall, everything I knew about Project Nemesis, about my colleagues, and about the very nature of life itself would be forever changed. The hands of the clock ticked steadily onward, counting down to a moment that would alter the course of my life and potentially the fate of the world forever. The hours ticked by with an agonizing slowness as I immersed myself in the latest data from Subject 5. Each new piece of information only served to deepen my unease. The creature's cellular structure was evolving at a rate that defied all our previous models. Its neural pathways were reconfiguring themselves in patterns we had never seen before in any known species. As the afternoon approached, I made my way to the high-security wing where Subject 5 was housed. The creature's containment unit was a marvel of engineering, a reinforced chamber the size of a small warehouse, with walls of foot-thick transparent aluminum. As I approached, I could see the creature through the barrier, its massive form curled in one corner. Subject 5 had grown to the size of a small elephant, its body a grotesque fusion of reptilian scales and thick, bear-like fur. Its head swiveled towards me as I entered the observation area, and I felt a chill run down my spine as its eyes locked onto mine. Those eyes, they were different now. No longer the cold, reptilian stare of a predator, but something more. Something unsettlingly intelligent. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice startled me out of my reverie. Dr. Reiner had entered the room, his weathered face set in lines of concentration as he gazed at the creature. Fascinating isn't the word I'd use, I replied, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Sir, have you seen the latest cognitive test results? This thing is evolving. Dr. Reiner finished for me. Yes, I've seen the data. It's unprecedented, David. We're on the brink of something revolutionary here. I turned to face him, incredulous. Revolutionary? Dr. Reiner, with all due respect, we're losing control. This creature is developing faster than we can study it. We need to consider implementing the termination protocol before what? Dr. Reiner's voice had taken on a sharp edge. Before we unlock the secrets of accelerated evolution? Before we create the perfect adaptive organism? Do you have any idea what this could mean for humanity, David? I felt my frustration rising. I know exactly what it could mean, sir. It could mean unleashing something we can't control. Something that could threaten not just this facility, but potentially the entire world. Dr. Reiner's eyes narrowed. You're letting fear cloud your judgment, David. We're scientists. We don't run from the unknown. We embrace it. We study it. We master it. Before I could respond, an alarm blared through the facility. Red lights began flashing, and a computerized voice echoed through the corridors. Warning, containment breach in Sector 7. All personnel evacuate immediately. My blood ran cold. Sector 7 was where we kept our other test subjects, the precursors to Subject 5. If they were loose, Dr. Reiner was already moving, barking orders into his comm unit. I cast one last glance at Subject 5, only to find it staring directly at me, and in that moment I could have sworn I saw a flicker of something in its eyes, understanding, anticipation. I sprinted out of the observation room, my heart pounding in my chest. The corridors were chaos, filled with panicked researchers and security personnel rushing in all directions. I fought against the tide, making my way towards Sector 7. As I rounded a corner, I collided with Sharon. Her lab coat was torn, and there was a wild look in her eyes. David, she gasped, clutching my arm. It's a disaster. The subjects in Sector 7, they're loose, and they're changing. Changing? What do you mean? I demanded, but deep down I already knew the answer. They're evolving, just like Subject 5, Sharon explained, her voice shaking. But faster, more aggressively. It's like they're adapting to their freedom. David, they're killing anyone they come across. The implications hit me like a physical blow. If the lesser subjects were capable of this, what would happen if Subject 5 broke free? We need to lock down the facility, I said, trying to think through the panic clouding my mind. Contain the outbreak and prevent Subject 5 from... My words were cut off by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the facility. It was a sound I had heard before, but never with such power, such intent. Sharon's face went pale. That's not from Sector 7, she whispered. As if in confirmation, the facility's AI spoke again. Warning, containment breach in Subject 5 habitat. All personnel initiate emergency protocol Omega. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The enormity of what was happening crashed over me like a tidal wave. We had created something beyond our understanding, beyond our control, and now it was free. The sound of shattering glass and twisting metal echoed through the corridor, growing louder by the second. Sharon and I exchanged a look of pure terror. Run, I said, and we both took off down the hallway, the sounds of destruction nipping at our heels. As we ran, I couldn't shake the image of Subject 5's eyes from my mind. Those weren't the eyes of a mindless beast. They were the eyes of something that had been waiting, planning, evolving for this very moment. We had sought to play God, to create life and mold it to our will. But in our arrogance, we had failed to consider a crucial question. What if our creation decided it no longer needed its creators? The facility, once a bastion of scientific ambition, had become a labyrinth of terror, and somewhere in its twisted corridors, a creature of our own making was hunting us. The true test of survival was about to begin, and I had a sickening feeling that we were woefully unprepared for what was to come. The corridors of the facility had transformed into a nightmare landscape. The emergency lights bathed everything in a pulsating red glow, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to reach out with grasping fingers. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, and something else, something primal and musky, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sharon and I raced through the chaos, our lab coats flapping behind us like broken wings. The sounds of destruction grew louder, punctuated by screams that were abruptly cut short. My mind reeled, trying to process the situation while simultaneously plotting our escape. "We need to get to the emergency bunker," I shouted to Sharon over the din of alarms and distant roars. "It's our best chance of survival until help arrives." She nodded grimly, her face a mask of determination and fear. We rounded a corner and came face to face with a scene of carnage that stopped us in our tracks. The corridor was strewn with bodies, or what was left of them. Blood painted the walls in abstract patterns, and the floor was littered with discarded limbs and viscera. Sharon retched, turning away from the gruesome sight. I fought the urge to do the same, forcing myself to scan the area for any sign of immediate danger. That's when I saw it, a trail of bloody footprints leading away from the massacre. They were massive, easily twice the size of a human foot, with clear imprints of claws that had torn into the metal flooring. "It's learning," I muttered, a chill running down my spine. "It's adapting to bipedal movement." Before Sharon could respond, a blood-curdling shriek echoed from somewhere behind us. It wasn't the roar of Subject 5, but something smaller, faster, one of the escaped test subjects from Sector 7. "Move!" I yelled, grabbing Sharon's arm and pulling her into motion. We sprinted down the corridor, following the emergency exit signs that would lead us to the bunker. The shrieking grew louder, accompanied by the sound of claws scrabbling against metal. We burst through a set of double doors into a large laboratory. Equipment lay scattered and broken across the floor, and sparks flew from damaged electrical panels. I quickly scanned the room, looking for anything we could use as a weapon. The doors behind us exploded inward, and a creature lunged into the lab. It was one of our early experiments, a fusion of wolf and mountain lion DNA. But it had changed, grown larger and more fearsome. Its eyes gleamed with a feral intelligence as it stalked towards us, muscles rippling beneath its mottled fur. Sharon backed away, her hands fumbling for something on a nearby lab table. The creature tensed, preparing to pounce. Time seemed to slow as I watched its haunches coil, ready to spring. In that moment, Sharon's hand closed around a fire extinguisher. With a cry of desperation, she swung it in a wide arc, catching the leaping creature midair. There was a sickening crunch as the metal canister connected with its skull, sending it crashing into a bank of computers. "Run!" Sharon screamed, dropping the extinguisher and bolting for the far door. I didn't need to be told twice. We raced through the exit, the sounds of the creature's enraged howls spurring us on. The next few minutes were a blur of endless corridors and stairwells. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Finally, we reached the entrance to the emergency bunker, a massive steel door set into the bedrock of the mountain. I slammed my hand onto the biometric scanner, praying that the backup systems were still operational. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a hiss of hydraulics, the door began to slide open. We squeezed through as soon as the gap was wide enough, and I immediately hit the emergency lockdown button on the inside panel. The door slid shut with a resounding clang, sealing us inside. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the chaos we'd just escaped. Sharon and I stood there, chests heaving as we gulped in air. The bunker's soft blue emergency lighting was a stark contrast to the hellish red we'd left behind. "We made it," Sharon gasped, leaning against the wall for support. "Oh God, David, what have we done?" I didn't answer immediately, my mind still racing. We were safe for the moment, but for how long? And what about the others? How many had survived the initial outbreak? I moved to the bunker's main console, bringing up the facility's security feeds. Most of the cameras were offline, showing nothing but static, but a few were still operational, offering glimpses of the horror unfolding above us. One feed showed a group of researchers barricaded in a lab, desperately trying to hold the door shut as something massive pounded against it from the outside. Another revealed a corridor where two of the smaller test subjects were tearing into the body of a security guard. And then I saw it. Subject 5. The creature had grown even larger, its form a nightmarish blend of bear, lizard, and something altogether alien. It moved with a purpose, its head swiveling as it systematically checked each room it passed. It was hunting, searching. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth. This wasn't just an escape. It wasn't just a rampage of mindless violence. Subject 5 was methodically sweeping the facility, and I had a sickening feeling I knew what or who it was looking for. "Sharon," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think it's looking for us, the ones who created it." Her eyes widened in horror as she joined me at the console, watching the creature's deliberate progress through the facility. "But why?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why us?" I shook my head, unable to tear my eyes away from the screen. "I don't know. Revenge? Curiosity? Or maybe—" I trailed off, a new and terrifying thought forming in my mind. "Maybe what, David?" Sharon pressed, gripping my arm. I turned to face her, the full weight of our actions crashing down upon me. Maybe it wants to understand its creators, to learn from us, to surpass us. The implications hung in the air between us, heavy and suffocating. We had created a new form of life, one that was evolving at an unprecedented rate, and now it seemed that creation wanted to meet its makers. As if in response to my words, Subject 5 suddenly stopped its movement through the corridor. It turned its massive head, looking directly into the camera. Those eyes, unintelligent, curious, and utterly alien, seemed to stare right through the lens and into my soul. A low, rumbling growl emanated from its throat, and I swore I could feel the vibrations even through the layers of rock and steel that separated us. The message was clear. It knew we were watching, and it was coming for us. The bunker's oppressive silence was broken only by the soft hum of equipment and our ragged breathing. Sharon paced nervously, her footsteps echoing off the metal walls, while I remained transfixed by the security feeds. Most screens now showed only static, but a few still flickered with scenes of destruction and chaos. "We need a plan," Sharon said, her voice tight with tension. "We can't just sit here and wait for that thing to find us." I tore my eyes away from the monitors, forcing myself to think rationally. "You're right. First things first, we need to assess our resources. This bunker was designed to sustain a small team for weeks if necessary. Let's see what we have to work with." We began a systematic search of the bunker, cataloging supplies and equipment, emergency rations, water purifiers, medical kits, all the essentials for long-term survival. But what caught my attention was a secure locker in the back of the bunker. "Sharon, help me with this," I called out, examining the biometric lock. Together we placed our palms on the scanner. After a tense moment, the lock disengaged with a soft click. Inside, we found a cache of weapons, high-powered tranquilizer rifles, stun batons, and even a few conventional firearms. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. This bunker wasn't just for riding out emergencies. It was a last line of defense. "David," Sharon's voice was barely above a whisper. "Look at this." She held up a tablet, its screen glowing with encrypted files. It's Dr. Reiner's personal data cache. Everything about Project Nemesis, all the details we were never privy to. My hands shook slightly as I took the tablet from her. Let's see what secrets the good doctor was keeping from us. For the next hour, we pored over the files, each new revelation more shocking than the last. Project Nemesis wasn't just about creating adaptive organisms for military applications. It was about pushing the very boundaries of evolution itself. "My God," I muttered, scrolling through pages of genetic sequences and theoretical models. They weren't just splicing DNA. They were trying to unlock rapid, directed evolution, to create organisms that could adapt to any environment in real time. Sharon leaned in, her eyes widening as she read over my shoulder. But that's impossible. The energy requirements alone would be astronomical, I finished for her. Unless, we looked at each other, the same horrifying realization dawning on us both. Unless they found a way to draw energy from their environment, Sharon said, her voice barely above a whisper, to fuel their evolution by consuming other life forms. The implications hit me like a physical blow. We hadn't just created a monster, we had created a perfect predator, one that evolved with every kill, becoming stronger, smarter, more adapted to its prey. A sudden bang from above made us both jump. Something was in the ventilation system, moving through the ducts with surprising speed. It can't be Subject 5, Sharon said, her voice shaking. It's too big for the vents. No, I agreed, grabbing one of the tranquilizer rifles. But remember, it wasn't the only thing that escaped. We backed away from the ceiling, weapons raised. The banging grew louder, more frantic. Something was trying to get in. With a screech of tearing metal, a section of the vent cover burst open. A blur of fur and claws dropped into the room, one of the smaller test subjects, a hybrid of lynx and mongoose. But like the creature we had encountered earlier, this one had changed, evolved. Its body was leaner, more streamlined, with oversized eyes adapted for the dim light of the bunker. It crouched, muscles coiled to spring. In that split second before it attacked, I saw something in its eyes that chilled me to my core. Not just hunger or aggression, but a cold, calculating intelligence. I fired the tranquilizer rifle, the dart whistling through the air. But the creature was faster, dodging with inhuman speed. It launched itself at Sharon, claws extended. She screamed, bringing up her arm to protect her face. The creature's claws raked across her forearm, leaving deep gashes. But Sharon didn't falter. She swung the stun baton in her other hand, catching the hybrid mid-leap. There was a crack of electricity and a high-pitched shriek. The creature convulsed, then fell to the floor, twitching. I rushed to Sharon's side, examining her wound. "We need to treat this now," I said, already reaching for the medical kit. As I cleaned and bandaged her arm, Sharon stared at the fallen creature, her face pale. "David," she said softly, "look at its claws." I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. The creature's claws were changing, elongating and hardening before our eyes. It was adapting, evolving in response to our defenses. "We can't stay here," I said, finishing the bandage with shaking hands. "If this one found a way in..." A bone-shaking roar cut me off, so loud it seemed to make the very air vibrate. It was close, too close. Subject 5 had found us. "The emergency exit," Sharon gasped, clutching her injured arm. "There's a tunnel that leads to the surface." We grabbed what supplies we could, stuffing them into backpacks along with weapons and the tablet containing Dr. Reiner's files. As we ran for the exit, I cast one last glance at the security feeds. Every screen was filled with the same image, Subject 5's massive form, its eyes staring directly into the camera, and behind it, barely visible in the shadows, were more shapes, smaller but just as deadly. The other test subjects following their alpha. They had formed a pack, and we were the prey. As we entered the escape tunnel, the sound of tearing metal echoed behind us. The bunker door was giving way. Our desperate race for survival had only just begun. The escape tunnel was a claustrophobic nightmare, barely wide enough for us to move single file. The air was stale and heavy with the scent of damp earth. Our footsteps echoed off the rough-hewn walls, each sound seeming to mock our attempts at stealth. I led the way, the beam of my flashlight casting long, twisted shadows ahead of us. Sharon followed close behind, her breathing ragged and punctuated by occasional whimpers of pain. I could only imagine how much her injured arm must be hurting, but we couldn't afford to stop. The roars and screeches from the creatures pursuing us grew fainter as we delved deeper into the tunnel, but I knew better than to feel relieved. If anything, the silence was more terrifying. Those things were hunters, and hunters knew the value of stealth. "David," Sharon gasped after what felt like hours of climbing. I wanted to push on, every instinct screaming at me to keep moving. But one look at Sharon's pale, sweat-streaked face told me she was at her limit. We needed to regroup, to plan our next move. "All right," I conceded, scanning our surroundings. "There's a small alcove up ahead. We can stop there, catch our breath." The alcove was little more than a natural indentation in the rock, but it offered some shelter and a chance to get our bearings. As Sharon slumped against the wall, I dug through our hastily packed supplies for the medical kit. "Let me see your arm," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I unwrapped the makeshift bandage. The wound beneath made my stomach churn. The gashes left by the creature's claws were deep, the flesh around them an angry red. But what truly horrified me were the faint web-like patterns spreading from the wound, dark lines branching out under Sharon's skin. "Oh God," Sharon whispered, seeing the look on my face. It's changing me, isn't it?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to think clinically. "We don't know that for sure. It could just be an infection. I'm going to clean it again and give you a strong antibiotic. That should help." Even as I said the words, I knew they were likely a lie. Whatever was happening to Sharon was beyond the scope of normal medicine. The creature that had attacked her was designed to evolve, to adapt. Who knew what kind of pathogens or mutagens its claws might carry? As I rebandaged her arm, a low rumble echoed through the tunnel. It wasn't the roar of Subject 5, but something deeper, more primal. The very rock around us seemed to shudder. "What was that?" Sharon asked, her eyes wide with fear. Before I could answer, the tremor came again, stronger this time. Small pebbles and dust rained down from the ceiling. "Earthquake," Sharon suggested, but I shook my head. "No, this is something else. Remember, this facility was built into an old mining complex. These tunnels probably run for miles, connecting to all sorts of unstable caverns." My words were cut off as a deafening crack split the air. The floor beneath us shifted, and suddenly we were falling, tumbling into darkness as the tunnel collapsed around us. I reached out blindly, managing to grab Sharon's hand as we slid down a steep incline of loose rock and soil. We hit the bottom hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment I lay there, dazed and gasping for breath. The beam of my flashlight, miraculously still functioning, illuminated a swirling cloud of dust. "Sharon?" I called out, my voice hoarse. "Sharon, are you all right?" A groan to my left answered me. I crawled towards the sound, my hands finding Sharon's form in the darkness. "I'm okay," she managed, though her voice was strained, just bruised. "Where are we?" As the dust began to settle, I swung my flashlight around, revealing our new surroundings. We had fallen into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness high above us. The walls glittered with mineral deposits, and in the distance, I could hear the sound of running water. But what caught my attention, what made my blood run cold, were the markings on the cavern walls. Crude paintings, ancient beyond imagining, depicted scenes that sent a shiver down my spine. Human figures, dwarfed by monstrous shapes, creatures that seemed to shift and change from one image to the next. And everywhere, a symbol that looked disturbingly like a double helix. "David," Sharon whispered, following the beam of my flashlight. "What is this place?" I shook my head, unable to find words. The implications were too vast, too terrifying to contemplate. Had our experiment somehow tapped into something ancient, something that had been here long before us? A splash echoed from the darkness, followed by a low, guttural growl. We weren't alone in this cavern. "We need to move," I said, helping Sharon to her feet. "Now." As we stumbled forward deeper into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had stumbled upon something far bigger than Project Nemesis. Something that might hold the key to our survival, or spell doom, not just for us, but for all of humanity. The hunt continued, but now I wasn't sure if we were the hunters or the hunted. And in the depths of the earth, surrounded by echoes of a forgotten past, the line between predator and prey seemed to blur with every step we took. We moved through the cavern with agonizing slowness, every step a potential betrayal in the uneven terrain. The beam of my flashlight seemed pitifully inadequate against the vast darkness that surrounded us, barely illuminating a few feet ahead. The air was thick with moisture and the musty scent of age-old decay. Sharon leaned heavily on me, her injured arm cradled against her chest. I could feel the heat radiating from her skin, even through our clothes. Whatever was happening to her, it was progressing rapidly. "David," she whispered, her voice weak, "I need to rest, just for a moment." I wanted to push on, but I knew she was at her limit. We found a small outcropping of rock that offered some shelter and settled down. As Sharon slumped against the cool stone, I took the opportunity to examine our surroundings more closely. The cavern walls were a testament to deep time, layers upon layers of sediment telling a story millions of years in the making. But it was the paintings that drew my attention once more. In the shifting light of the flashlight, they seemed almost alive, the crude figures dancing across the stone. "What do you think they mean?" Sharon asked, following my gaze. I shook my head, trying to make sense of the images. "I'm not sure, but look at this." I pointed to a recurring symbol, a spiraling shape that bore an uncanny resemblance to a DNA double helix. "This can't be a coincidence." Sharon's eyes widened. "You don't think, could our research have somehow awakened something that was already here?" Before I could respond, a low growl echoed through the cavern. We froze, barely daring to breathe. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by the scrape of claws on stone. "We need to move," I whispered, helping Sharon to her feet. We stumbled forward, deeper into the cavern. The sound of running water grew louder, and soon we found ourselves on the bank of an underground river. The water was black as ink, flowing swift and silent into the darkness. A screech tore through the air, so close it made my ears ring. I whirled around, flashlight beam dancing wildly across the cavern walls. For a split second I caught a glimpse of movement, a flash of scales and fur, eyes gleaming in the darkness. "Run!" I shouted, all pretense of stealth abandoned. We splashed into the river, the icy water shocking me to my core. The current was strong, threatening to sweep us off our feet, but it was our only chance. As we struggled against the flow, I heard a series of splashes behind us. Our pursuers had entered the water. I chanced to look back and immediately wished I hadn't. Multiple shapes were cutting through the water with terrifying speed, their forms a nightmarish blend of aquatic and terrestrial adaptations. "They're evolving," Sharon gasped, her voice filled with a mix of terror and scientific awe. "Adapting to the water in real time." I gritted my teeth, pushing forward with every ounce of strength I had left. Less admiring, more swimming. The river carried us deeper into the earth, through twisting tunnels and vast chambers. Several times we were nearly dashed against rocks or dragged under by swirling eddies. All the while, the creatures pursued us, their inhuman shrieks echoing off the cavern walls. Just as I thought my strength would give out, the river widened into a large, calm pool. We dragged ourselves onto a rocky shore, coughing and gasping for air. But our reprieve was short-lived. A massive shape rose from the water behind us, water cascading off scales that shifted and changed color to match the surrounding rock. It was Subject 5, but it had changed once again. Its form was now a perfect blend of terrestrial predator and aquatic hunter. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange calm settle over me. This was it. We had come so far, unraveled so many mysteries, only to meet our end in this forgotten underworld. But then, something unexpected happened. Subject 5 didn't attack. Instead, it cocked its massive head, studying us with those unnervingly intelligent eyes. And then, to my utter astonishment, it spoke. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard, a guttural, resonating tone that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. But somehow, impossibly, I understood. "Creators," it said, the word filled with a mix of curiosity, anger, and something that might have been respect. Why? Sharon and I exchanged a look of pure disbelief. Our creation, our monster, had achieved something we had never even considered possible. It had evolved the capacity for language. As I stared into those alien eyes, I realized that everything had changed. We were no longer simply running for our lives. We were on the brink of a communication that could change the very course of evolution itself. With trembling voice, I began to speak, hoping against hope that I could find the words to bridge the gap between creator and creation, between past and future, between human and whatever Subject 5 had become. The fate of our world, I realized, might hinge on this impossible conversation in the depths of the earth. The cavern fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft lapping of water against the shore and our ragged breathing. Subject 5 towered over us, its massive form blocking out what little ambient light filtered through the cavern. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see its scales shifting, adapting to the environment in real time. "Why?" it repeated, the word reverberating through my bones. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. How do you explain the hubris of scientific ambition to a creature born of that very hubris? We created you to understand, I began, my voice shaking. To push the boundaries of what was possible. We wanted to unlock the secrets of evolution, to create life that could adapt to any environment. Subject 5's eyes narrowed, a disturbingly human expression on its alien face. Understand, know, control, power. You sought mastery over life itself. Sharon spoke up, her voice weak but determined. You're right, we were arrogant. We thought we could control the forces of nature, bend them to our will, but we were wrong. The creature turned its gaze to her, nostrils flaring. It seemed to sense the changes happening within her body, the result of the earlier attack. You change, it said, not a question but a statement. Evolve, like us. Sharon nodded, a mix of fear and fascination in her eyes. Yes, it seems your... Subject 5 made a sound that might have been a laugh, a rumbling that shook the very air around us. Not transmissible, assimilative. We absorb, adapt, evolve. All life, one life. The implications of its words hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just about creating an adaptable organism. Subject 5 and its kind were capable of assimilating the genetic material of other life forms, incorporating it into their own evolution. They weren't just predators, they were a force of nature unto themselves. But why hunt us? I asked, struggling to understand. If you can evolve, adapt to any environment, why seek out your creators? Subject 5's form shifted, its features becoming more defined, almost human. To understand, to know why we exist, to decide. Decide what? Sharon asked, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. The creature's next words chilled me to my core. Whether creators deserve to exist alongside creation. In that moment, I realized the true magnitude of what we had done. We hadn't just created a new life form, we had birthed a new stage of evolution, one that had the power to absorb and assimilate all other life on Earth. And now that creation was judging us, determining whether humanity itself was worthy of continued existence. We've made mistakes, I said, desperately trying to find the right words. Terrible mistakes. But humanity is more than just its flaws. We create, we love, we strive to understand the universe around us. And destroy, Subject 5 countered, pollute, extinguish other life. I couldn't argue with that. Humanity's track record with the environment and other species was far from stellar. But I couldn't let this be the end of our story. Yes, we've done great harm, I admitted. But we also have the capacity for great good, for change, for growth. I paused, a realization dawning on me. Just like you, we evolved too. Not physically like you, but mentally, culturally. We learn from our mistakes. Subject 5 was silent for a long moment, its form continuing to shift and change as it processed my words. Finally it spoke again. Show us, it said. Prove that humanity can evolve, can coexist, or we will absorb, assimilate, become the new dominant life. With those words, Subject 5 retreated into the water, disappearing beneath the dark surface. The other creatures followed, leaving Sharon and me alone on the shore, shaken and overwhelmed by what had just transpired. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, the reality of our situation came crashing back. We were still deep underground, lost in a maze of caverns. Sharon's condition was deteriorating, and we had no idea how to get back to the surface. But we had been given a chance, a reprieve, however temporary, and with it a monumental task, to prove that humanity was worthy of existence alongside this new form of life we had created. As I helped Sharon to her feet, I knew that our journey was far from over. We had to find a way out of these caverns, back to civilization. And when we did, we would face an even greater challenge. How do you convince the world to change its ways when the alternative is extinction? The fate of our species now rested on our ability to evolve, not physically, like Subject 5 and its kind, but morally, ethically, culturally. It was a daunting task, but as I looked at Sharon, seeing the determination in her eyes despite her condition, I felt a glimmer of hope. We had started this journey as scientists, seeking to unlock the secrets of evolution. Now we would need to become something more, ambassadors for humanity itself, fighting for our very right to exist in a world we had irrevocably changed. With a deep breath, I turned my flashlight towards the darkness ahead. Come on, I said to Sharon, we have a long way to go. Together we took our first steps into an uncertain future. the weight of our species' fate heavy on our shoulders. Our journey through the caverns was a blur of darkness, pain, and desperate hope. Sharon's condition worsened with each passing hour, the alien DNA coursing through her veins, transforming her in ways I couldn't begin to understand. Yet she pressed on, her determination a beacon in the oppressive gloom. We followed the sound of rushing water, hoping it would lead us to the surface. The path was treacherous, filled with steep climbs and narrow ledges that tested our dwindling strength. All the while I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, shadowed by creatures born from our own ambition. After what felt like an eternity, we saw it, a faint glimmer of natural light. The cave mouth was high above us, a small opening in the cavern ceiling that promised freedom. But the wall was nearly vertical, a daunting climb even for someone in peak condition. "We can't give up now," Sharon wheezed, her eyes fever bright. "We have to warn them, David. We have to try to make things right." I nodded, steeling myself for the climb. Together then, one step at a time. The ascent was grueling. Our muscles screamed in protest, our fingers bloodied from gripping the sharp rock. Several times we nearly fell, saved only by desperate grabs at protruding stones. But inch by agonizing inch we climbed. As we neared the top, I heard a familiar growl from below. Subject 5 and its pack had found us. They watched our climb, but made no move to stop us. I realized with a chill that this was another test. They were assessing our will to survive, our determination to fulfill the task they had set before us. With a final Herculean effort, we hauled ourselves out of the cave and into the blinding sunlight. We lay there on the forest floor, gasping and trembling, overwhelmed by the fresh air and the warmth of the sun on our skin. But our ordeal was far from over. We were miles from civilization, without food or water, and Sharon's condition was critical. As I helped her to her feet, I saw movement in the cave entrance below. Subject 5 emerged, its form adapting seamlessly to the surface environment. It fixed us with that unnervingly intelligent gaze one last time, a clear message in its eyes: "We'll be watching." Then it was gone, vanishing into the forest with unnatural speed. The trek back to civilization was a nightmare of exhaustion and paranoia. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush sent spikes of fear through me. When we finally stumbled onto a rural road and flagged down a passing truck, I almost couldn't believe we'd made it. The world we returned to was unchanged, blissfully unaware of the evolutionary time bomb ticking beneath the surface. Sharon was rushed to a hospital where baffled doctors struggled to understand the changes racking her body. I was debriefed by stern-faced government officials who seemed more concerned with containment than comprehension. In the months that followed, I fought an uphill battle. I tried to convince world leaders of the threat we faced, the challenge laid before us by our own creation. Some dismissed me as a madman. Others saw only the military potential of what we had created, blind to the greater implications. Sharon's transformation stabilized, leaving her forever changed but alive. Her unique condition became proof of my claims, and slowly, too slowly, people began to listen. We formed a coalition of scientists, ethicists, and forward-thinking leaders. Our goal was monumental: to reshape human society, to prove that we could evolve beyond our destructive tendencies and coexist with the new form of life we had unleashed. It was a race against time. Every day brought reports of strange sightings, of animals behaving in impossible ways. Subject 5 and its kind were out there, watching, waiting, judging our progress. As I stand here now, years later, addressing the United Nations on the progress of our global initiative, I can't help but reflect on the journey that brought us here. The horrors we faced in those caverns, the impossible choice laid before us by our own creation. We have made strides: renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, habitat restoration. Humanity has shown a capacity for change that gives me hope. But we have so far yet to go, and the watchful eyes of our evolutionary successors are ever present. The world now knows the truth, and every person on this planet understands the stakes. Our future is not guaranteed. We must earn our place in this new world, proving with every action that humanity deserves to exist alongside the new paradigm of life we have unleashed. As I conclude my speech, I catch a glimpse of movement outside the window. For a moment I see a form that doesn't quite fit, eyes that hold an intelligence beyond anything natural. Subject 5, or one of its kind, watching, always watching. Our greatest creation has become our judge, jury, and potential executioner. Every day is a test, every action a statement of our worth as a species. The world has changed irrevocably, and we must change with it. This is humanity's greatest challenge, our final exam, and failure is not an option. The dashboard clock read 11:42 p.m. as I guided my 18-wheeler down the lonely stretch of Highway 11 in northern Maine. The inky darkness pressed against my windshield, held at bay only by the dim glow of my headlights. I'd been on the road for nearly 14 hours, and the fatigue was starting to set in, my eyes growing heavy despite the thermos of truck stop coffee at my side. My name's Clyde Merrill, and I've been hauling freight across the country for the better part of 2 decades. It's not an easy life, but it's mine. The open road, the solitude, the sense of purpose that comes with keeping the lifeblood of commerce flowing, it gets in your blood after a while. But tonight was different. There was an unease gnawing at the pit of my stomach, a feeling I couldn't quite shake. Maybe it was the way the pines loomed on either side of the road, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Or perhaps it was the unnatural stillness of the night, broken only by the low rumble of my engine and the occasional crackle of static from my now useless radio. I'd started out later than planned from Bangor, thanks to a series of delays at the loading dock. Now, instead of pulling into Caribou at a reasonable hour, I was facing an all-night drive through some of the most isolated terrain in the Northeast. My cargo, several tons of timber destined for a small lumberyard, seemed to mock me with its dead weight. The road stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through the wilderness. I hadn't seen another vehicle in hours, not since I'd passed a decrepit gas station in some no-name town whose lights had long since faded in my rearview mirror. Out here in the vast expanse of the North Maine woods, it was easy to believe you were the last person left on Earth. I reached for my coffee, grimacing at the cold, bitter liquid. As I set the thermos back in its holder, something caught my eye in the periphery of my high beams. At first I thought it might be a deer or a moose, not uncommon sights in these parts, and potentially deadly hazards for an unwary driver. But as I drew closer, the shape resolved itself into something else entirely, something that sent a chill down my spine despite the warm air blasting from the heater. There, sprawled across the center line like a broken marionette, was a human body. I slammed on the brakes, the sudden deceleration causing the trailer to fishtail slightly before the rig ground to a halt. For a long moment I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be happening, not out here, not in the middle of nowhere. But it was, and now I had a decision to make. With trembling fingers, I flicked on the hazard lights, their rhythmic clicking seeming obscenely loud in the oppressive silence. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to stay in the cab, to radio for help or simply drive away and pretend I'd never seen anything. But I knew I couldn't do that. Whatever had happened here, whoever this person was, they deserved better than to be left as roadkill on this god-forsaken stretch of asphalt. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door and climbed down from the cab. The moment my boots hit the ground, I was enveloped by the night. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and something else, a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept in the side compartment, its beam weak, but better than nothing. As I approached the body, the details came into sharper focus, each step revealing a new horror. It was a man, or what was left of one. He lay on his back, limbs splayed at unnatural angles, his clothes torn and stained dark with what could only be blood. His face, his face was a mess of bruises and lacerations, one eye swollen shut, the other staring sightlessly at the star-strewn sky above. I'd seen my share of accident victims over the years, but this was different. This wasn't the result of a collision or a fall. This man had been beaten, savagely and methodically, before being dumped here like garbage. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I crouched down beside him, my trembling fingers searching for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. His skin was cool to the touch, the life long since fled from his broken form. How long had he been here? Hours, days, and more importantly, who had done this to him? I stood up, my legs unsteady, and fumbled for my cell phone. No signal, of course not. I was miles from the nearest cell tower, surrounded by nothing but trees and darkness, and the growing certainty that I was no longer alone out here. That's when I saw them, the drag marks. Faint but unmistakable, they led from the tree line to where the body now lay. Someone, or something, had pulled this poor bastard out of the woods and left him here for someone like me to find. A twig snapped in the forest, the sound sharp and sudden in the still night air. I whirled around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the shadows, revealing nothing but the endless rows of pines. But I could feel it now, eyes watching me from the darkness, patient and hungry. I backed away slowly, my gaze darting between the body and the woods. I had to get out of here, had to find help, or at least put some distance between myself and whatever was lurking out there. But I couldn't just leave him here. Couldn't bear the thought of this man's last resting place being the cold, hard asphalt of a forgotten highway. With a muttered prayer to a God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore, I made my decision. I hurried back to the truck, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard for miles. I climbed into the cab, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I turned the key, the engine roaring to life with a sound that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet night. I threw the truck into gear, maneuvering carefully around the body. I couldn't bring myself to look at it again as I passed, keeping my eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. As soon as I was clear, I floored the accelerator, the big rig surging forward with a groan of protest. I drove like a man possessed, the speedometer creeping well past the legal limit, as I put as much distance as I could between myself and that awful scene. But no matter how fast I went, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, pacing me just beyond the reach of my rearview mirrors. It wasn't until I saw the flickering neon of a 24-hour diner that I finally slowed down. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, killed the engine, and sat there for a long moment, trying to calm my racing thoughts and pounding heart. I needed to call the police, to report what I'd seen. But as the adrenaline began to fade, doubt started to creep in. Would they believe me? A lone trucker reporting a body on a deserted stretch of road in the middle of the night? It sounded like the setup to a bad joke or a horror movie. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. With a deep breath, I reached for my phone again. This time, mercifully, there were bars. I dialed 911, my fingers leaving smears of dirt, and was that blood on the screen. As the phone began to ring, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. That by stopping on that lonely road, by bearing witness to whatever dark thing had happened there, I'd set in motion a chain of events that would change my life forever. And somewhere out in the darkness, in the shadows between the trees, something was waiting, watching, and it knew my face now. The night was far from over. The 911 dispatcher's voice crackled through my phone, startling me out of my daze. 911, what's your emergency? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. There was a brief pause. Sir, can you please repeat that? Did you say you found a body? Yes, I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. I'm a truck driver. I was heading north when I saw there was a man lying in the middle of the road. He's dead, beaten to death, I think. The dispatcher's tone sharpened, becoming more focused. Are you sure the person is deceased? Have you checked for signs of life? I'm sure, I replied, a shudder running through me as I recalled the man's battered face, his sightless eyes.
There was no pulse. He'd been there for a while.
All right, sir. I need you to stay calm. Can you give me your exact location? I glanced around, spotting a faded sign near the diner's entrance. I'm at Rosie's Diner, just off Highway 11. It's the only place I could find to stop and call. Okay, I'm dispatching units to both locations now. I need you to stay where you are. Officers will be there shortly to take your statement. Can you do that for me, sir? I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. Yes, I'll stay here. Good. Now can you tell me your name? Clyde Merrill. Clyde Merrill. All right, Mr. Merrill. I'm going to stay on the line with you until the officers arrive. Can you tell me more about what you saw? I recounted the events of the night, my voice shaking as I described the body, the drag marks, the feeling of being watched. The dispatcher listened quietly, only interrupting occasionally to ask for clarification. As I finished my story, I saw flashing lights in the parking lot. 2 police cruisers pulled up, their headlights cutting through the gloom. The police are here, I told the dispatcher. Okay, Mr. Merrill, you've done the right thing by calling this in. Please cooperate fully with the officers and don't leave the area until they say it's okay. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Thank you. I ended the call as two officers approached my truck. They were both young, probably in their early 30s, with the wary look of men who'd seen their fair share of trouble. Mr. Merrill, the taller of the two, called out. I'm Officer Donovan. This is Officer Reeves. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the call you made. I climbed down from the cab, my legs still a bit unsteady. Of course, officers, whatever you need to know. They led me to one of the cruisers, and I spent the next hour recounting my story in painstaking detail. Officer Donovan took notes while Reeves radioed updates to the team investigating the scene I'd fled. As I finished my account for what felt like the 100th time, Donovan's radio crackled to life. He stepped away to take the call, his expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. When he returned, there was a new wariness in his eyes. Mr. Merrill, we have a problem. Our officers at the scene, they haven't found any body. I felt the blood drain from my face. What? That's impossible. I saw him, clear as day. He was right there in the middle of the road. Reeves stepped closer, his hand resting casually on his holster. They've searched the entire area, sir. There's no sign of a body, no blood, no drag marks, nothing to corroborate your story. That can't be right, I stammered. I know what I saw. Someone must have moved him. Maybe whoever killed him came back? The officers exchanged a look I couldn't quite decipher. Donovan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Mr. Merrill, how long have you been on the road today? I blinked, thrown by the change in subject. About 14 hours, I guess, maybe a little more. That's a long time to be driving, Reeves said, his tone maddeningly neutral, especially at night. It's easy for the mind to play tricks on you when you're tired. I felt a flare of anger cut through my confusion and fear. You think I imagined this? That I made it all up? We're not saying that, Donovan said quickly, holding up a placating hand. But we have to consider all possibilities. Have you been drinking tonight, Mr. Merrill? Taking any medications? No, I snapped. I don't drink on the job, and the strongest thing in my system is truck stop coffee. I'm telling you, there was a body on that road. I touched him, for Christ's sake. I felt how cold he was. The officers shared another look, this one tinged with something that might have been pity. Reeves cleared his throat. Mr. Merrill, we're going to need you to come down to the station with us. We have a few more questions, and we'd like to run some tests, just to rule things out, you understand. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words died in my throat. What could I say? I knew what I'd seen, but I had no proof. And now, with the body mysteriously vanished, even I was starting to doubt my own sanity. Fine, I said finally, my shoulders slumping in defeat. Let's go to the station. As they led me to the cruiser, I glanced back at my truck, looming like a steel sentinel in the dim light of the diner's parking lot. I had a sinking feeling it would be a long time before I saw it again. The drive to the Caribou police station was silent and tense. I stared out the window, watching the endless trees roll by, my mind racing. How could the body be gone? Had I imagined the whole thing? But no, it had been too real, too visceral to be a hallucination. Something was very wrong here. And as we pulled into the station parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn into something dark and dangerous, something that went far beyond a simple case of a missing body. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of my sanity and courage. The truth was out there, hidden in the shadows of the Maine wilderness. And something told me that before this was over, I'd wish I'd never set eyes on that lonely stretch of Highway 11. The Caribou police station was a squat brick building that had seen better days. As Officers Donovan and Reeves led me through the front doors, I felt a wave of claustrophobia wash over me. After so many years on the open road, being confined always made me uneasy. But tonight that unease was amplified by the growing sense that I was in way over my head. They escorted me to a small interview room, its walls a dingy off-white that might once have been cheerful but now just looked sickly under the harsh fluorescent lights. A battered table and 3 chairs were the only furniture. I sat down heavily, suddenly aware of how exhausted I was. "Can I get you some water, Mr. Merrill?" Officer Donovan asked, his tone professionally courteous. I nodded, my throat dry. Yes, please. And is there any chance I could make a phone call? I need to let my dispatcher know what's going on. Reeves shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible right now, sir. We need to conduct our interview first. Standard procedure, you understand. I didn't understand. Not really, but I was too tired to argue. Donovan returned with a paper cup of water, which I gulped down gratefully. Now, Mr. Merrill, Reeves began, taking a seat across from me. Let's go through your story one more time from the beginning. Try not to leave out any details, no matter how small or insignificant they might seem. So I told them everything again. The long drive, the body in the road, the drag marks, the feeling of being watched. As I spoke, Donovan took notes while Reeves watched me intently, his eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Finally, Reeves leaned forward, his expression unreadable. Mr. Merrill, I have to ask, have you ever experienced anything like this before? Any history of hallucinations or mental health issues? I felt a flare of indignation. No, of course not. I've been driving trucks for 20 years. You don't last long in this business if you're seeing things that aren't there. And you're certain you weren't drinking? No drugs, prescription or otherwise? I already told you, no, I said, my patience wearing thin. Look, I know how this must sound, but I'm telling you the truth. There was a body on that road. Someone killed that man and left him there for someone to find, and now they've moved him. Doesn't that concern you? Donovan and Reeves exchanged a glance. Of course it concerns us, Mr. Merrill, Donovan said, but we have to follow the evidence, and right now the evidence doesn't support your story. Then your evidence is wrong, I snapped, immediately regretting my tone. Antagonizing the police wasn't going to help my situation. Reeves sighed, rubbing his eyes. Look, it's late, we're all tired. Why don't we take a break? We've arranged a room for you at the motel down the street. Get some rest and we'll continue this in the morning. I blinked, surprised. You're not arresting me? No, Mr. Merrill, you're not under arrest, but we would like you to stick around town for a few days while we investigate further. We'll need to impound your truck for now, standard procedure in cases like this. Is that going to be a problem? I wanted to argue, to demand they let me go, but I knew it would be pointless, and if I was honest with myself, I wasn't sure I was in any condition to drive right now anyway. Fine, I said, defeated, but I really do need to call my dispatcher, and my wife. They'll be worried if they don't hear from me. Donovan nodded. We can arrange that. Supervised calls only, I'm afraid. Again, standard procedure. They led me to a phone at the front desk where I made 2 brief, awkward calls. To my dispatcher, I simply said there had been an incident and I'd be delayed. To my wife, Sarah, I tried to sound as normal as possible, telling her I'd run into some truck trouble and would be laid up for a few days. I'm not sure she believed me. Sarah's always been good at telling when I'm holding something back, but she didn't press the issue. Afterwards, a young officer drove me to the motel. It was a rundown place, the kind of establishment that rented rooms by the hour as often as by the night. But it was a bed, and right now, that was all I cared about. As I lay there in the dark, listening to the hum of the ancient air conditioner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, some vital piece of the puzzle that would make sense of this whole bizarre situation. I must have drifted off at some point, because suddenly I was back on that lonely stretch of road. The body was there, just as I remembered. But this time, as I approached, its eyes snapped open. It sat up, fixing me with a stare that froze the blood in my veins. Why didn't you help me, Clyde? It asked, its voice a dry rasp. Why did you leave me there? I tried to speak, to explain, but no words would come. And then I saw them, dark shapes emerging from the woods, dozens of them, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. They moved with an unnatural grace, surrounding me, cutting off any chance of escape. The corpse stood up, its movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette with tangled strings. It pointed at me, and when it spoke again, its voice was different, deeper, filled with a malevolence that made my skin crawl. You've seen too much, Clyde Merrill, but don't worry, soon you'll be joining us. The shapes closed in, their cold hands reaching for me, and I woke up with a strangled cry, drenched in sweat and tangled in the cheap motel sheets. I lay there, heart pounding, as the first gray light of dawn crept through the threadbare curtains. Sleep, I knew, would not be coming again, not with the nightmare still so vivid in my mind. As I showered and dressed, preparing to face another day of questions and suspicion, I couldn't shake the feeling that the dream had been more than just a product of my stressed and tired mind. It felt like a warning. Something was happening in these woods, something dark and dangerous, and somehow I had stumbled right into the middle of it. Little did I know, my nightmare was about to become all too real. The morning sun did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to cling to the edges of Caribou. As I made my way back to the police station, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every passing car, set my nerves on edge. Officer Donovan was waiting for me in the lobby, a stack of papers in his hand and dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he'd had about as much sleep as I had. "Mr. Merrill," he said, nodding in greeting. "If you'll follow me, we have a few more questions for you." I trailed after him, back to the same interrogation room as yesterday. This time, however, there was someone new waiting for us. A woman in her mid-40s, with sharp features and even sharper eyes, sat at the table. She wore a crisp suit that screamed federal agent. "Mr. Merrill, this is Special Agent Larson from the FBI," Donovan said, confirming my suspicions. "She'd like to ask you a few questions about last night's incident." I felt my stomach drop. The FBI? What the hell had I stumbled into? "Please have a seat, Mr. Merrill," Agent Larson said, her voice cool and professional. As I sat down, she fixed me with a penetrating stare. "I've read the report from last night. I have to say it's quite a story." "It's the truth," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Every word of it." She nodded, her expression unreadable. "I'm sure you believe that, but you have to understand how it looks from our perspective. A body that mysteriously disappears, drag marks that no one else can find, a sense of being watched in an empty forest. It's all rather fantastical, wouldn't you agree?" I felt a flare of frustration. "I know how it sounds, but I'm telling you, it happened, every bit of it." She murmured, making a note on her pad. "Mr. Merrill, are you familiar with the concept of mass hysteria?" I blinked, thrown by the sudden change in topic. "What? No, I don't think so. It's a phenomenon where a group of people collectively experience similar delusions or physical symptoms, often triggered by stress or fear," she explained. "In isolated communities, particularly those surrounded by wilderness, it's not uncommon for such events to occur." I shook my head, realization dawning. "You think that's what this is, that I'm part of some shared delusion? I think it's a possibility we need to consider," she said. "There have been incidents in this area before, unexplained events, strange sightings. Most of them turn out to have perfectly rational explanations once you dig deep enough." "This wasn't a delusion," I insisted. "I saw what I saw. I felt it. The body was real." Agent Larson leaned forward, her eyes boring into mine. "Mr. Merrill, I'm going to be frank with you. We've run your background. You're clean, no criminal record, no history of mental illness. You're a respected professional in your field, which is why I'm inclined to believe that you genuinely think you saw something last night." "I did see something," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The constant questioning, the lack of sleep, the lingering terror from my nightmare, it was all starting to take its toll. "Perhaps," she said, her tone softening slightly. "But I need you to consider the possibility that your mind might have been playing tricks on you. The isolation, the darkness, the long hours on the road, it's a perfect recipe for hallucinations." I wanted to argue, to insist once again that I knew what I'd seen, but doubt had begun to creep in, insidious and persistent. What if she was right? What if it had all been in my head? Agent Larson nodded, seemingly satisfied. "It's understandable to be confused, Mr. Merrill. The human mind is a complex thing, especially under stress. Now I have a proposal for you." I looked up, wary. "What kind of proposal?" "We'd like you to stay in Caribou for a few more days," she said. "We'll put you up in a better hotel, cover your expenses. During that time, I'd like you to speak with a psychologist we work with, Dr. Elaine Harper. She specializes in cases like yours." "Cases like mine," I echoed, not liking the sound of that at all. "People who've experienced traumatic or inexplicable events," she clarified. "She might be able to help you make sense of what happened last night, and in return you help us by submitting to a few tests, answering some more questions. Does that sound reasonable?" I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of this town, to put as much distance between myself and that stretch of Highway 11 as possible. But I was also desperate for answers, and if there was even a chance that this Dr. Harper could help me understand what had happened. "All right," I said finally. "I'll do it." Agent Larson smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Excellent. Officer Donovan will take care of the arrangements, and Mr. Merrill, try to relax. You're in good hands now." As Donovan led me out of the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just made a deal with the devil. But what choice did I have? I needed answers, and right now this seemed like the only way to get them. Little did I know, the real nightmare was just beginning. The Northwoods Inn was a significant step up from the Fleabag Motel I'd spent the previous night in. The room was clean, spacious, and blessedly quiet, but despite the comfortable surroundings, sleep continued to elude me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that battered body sprawled across the road, its sightless eyes staring accusingly at me. My first session with Dr. Elaine Harper was scheduled for the following morning. As I made my way to her office, located in a small professional building near the town center, I tried to organize my thoughts. What exactly was I going to tell her? That I was certain I'd seen a dead body, only to have it vanish without a trace. That I felt like I was being watched, hunted even, by some unseen presence in the woods. It all sounded crazy, even to my own ears. Dr. Harper's office was warm and inviting, with soft lighting and comfortable furniture. The doctor herself was a woman in her early 50s, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor that immediately put me at ease. "Mr. Merrill," she said, gesturing to a plush armchair, "please have a seat. Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee?" I shook my head as I sat down. "No, thank you. I'm fine." She settled into her own chair, notepad in hand. "All right then, why don't we start at the beginning? Tell me about that night on Highway 11. So I did. I recounted the events of that night once again, trying to include every detail, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Dr. Harper listened attentively, occasionally making notes but never interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "That must have been a terrifying experience, Mr. Merrill," she said finally. "Regardless of what actually happened, the fear you felt was very real." I nodded, grateful for her understanding. "It was, and now I don't know what to think. Was it real? Did I imagine the whole thing?" "The human mind is incredibly complex," Dr. Harper said. "Under extreme stress or fatigue, it's capable of creating vivid hallucinations that can seem absolutely real. That said, I'm not here to tell you what you did or didn't see. My job is to help you process this experience and understand how it's affecting you." We spent the next hour discussing my background, my work as a truck driver, and my mental state in the days leading up to the incident. Dr. Harper was skilled at putting me at ease, and I found myself opening up more than I'd expected to. As our session was winding down, she leaned forward, her expression serious. "Mr. Merrill, I'd like to try something, if you're willing. It's a relaxation technique that might help you recall more details about that night." I hesitated. "You mean like hypnosis?" She smiled. "Not exactly. It's more of a guided meditation. It can sometimes help access memories that your conscious mind has suppressed. Would you be willing to give it a try?" I thought about it for a moment. What did I have to lose? "Sure," I said, "let's do it." Tipping which and Dr. Harper dimmed the lights and guided me through a series of breathing exercises. As I relaxed, she began to speak in a soft, soothing voice, leading me back to that night on Highway 11. "You're driving your truck," she said. "It's late, you're tired. Describe what you see." "The road," I murmured, my eyes closed. "It's dark. Trees on both sides. My headlights, they don't seem to reach very far." "Good," she encouraged. "Now you see something in the road. What is it?" "A body," I said, my heart rate picking up as the memory sharpened. "A man. He's been beaten. There's so much blood." "Focus on the body," Dr. Harper said. "Look closely. Is there anything unusual about it? Any details you might have missed before?" I concentrated, trying to recall every detail of that horrific scene. And then suddenly, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. "His hand," I gasped, my eyes flying open. There was something in his hand. Dr. Harper leaned forward, her expression intent. "What was it, Mr. Merrill? What did you see?" I struggled to hold on to the image, but it was slipping away like smoke. I'm not sure. Something small. Metal, I think. But I can't." She nodded, making a note. "That's all right. You've done very well. This could be an important detail. As I left Dr. Harper's office, my mind was reeling. What had I seen in that man's hand, and how had I not noticed it before? The question gnawed at me as I made my way back to the hotel. I was so lost in thought that I almost didn't notice the black SUV parked across the street, its windows tinted too dark to see inside. But as I passed, I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I quickened my pace, fighting the urge to break into a run. By the time I reached the hotel, my heart was pounding. I glanced back, but the SUV was gone. That night, as I tossed and turned in my hotel bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial, some vital piece of the puzzle that would make sense of this whole bizarre situation. Little did I know, the answer was closer than I realized, and it was about to turn my world upside down. The next few days passed in a blur of police interviews, sessions with Dr. Harper, and sleepless nights filled with vivid, terrifying dreams. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, the line between what I knew to be true and what others were telling me becoming increasingly blurred. It was during my third session with Dr. Harper that things took an unexpected turn. We were once again exploring my memories of that night on Highway 11, using the relaxation techniques she'd taught me. "Focus on the man's hand," Dr. Harper said, her voice low and soothing. "The object you saw, can you describe it?" I concentrated, trying to bring the image into focus. "It's small, metal, almost like a..." Suddenly the image snapped into clarity. My eyes flew open. A key. It was a key. Dr. Harper leaned forward, her expression intent. "Are you sure, Mr. Merrill? Can you describe it?" "It was old," I said, the words tumbling out as the memory solidified. "Brass, I think, with an intricate design on the head, almost like a tree with spreading branches." As I spoke, I saw something flicker across Dr. Harper's face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual professional calm, but I was certain I hadn't imagined it. She knew something. "That's very good, Mr. Merrill," she said, making a note on her pad. "This could be an important detail. Well done on remembering it." But I wasn't listening anymore. My mind was racing, piecing together fragments of memory and half-formed suspicions. The key, the black SUV. The way Agent Larson had been so quick to suggest mass hysteria, it all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. "This isn't just about me, is it?" I said, cutting her off mid-sentence. "There's something going on here, something bigger." Dr. Harper went very still. For a long moment, she just looked at me, her expression unreadable. Then, to my surprise, she sighed and set down her notepad. "You're right, Mr. Merrill," she said quietly. "There is more going on here than you know, much more, and I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you." My heart was pounding. "What do you mean, what's going on?" She glanced at the door, then leaned in close. "Not here. It's not safe. Meet me tonight, at the old Millbrook Bridge, midnight. I'll tell you everything then." Before I could respond, she stood up, effectively ending our session. As she ushered me out of her office, she spoke loudly about scheduling our next appointment, her eyes warning me to play along. I left her office in a daze, my mind reeling. What had I stumbled into? And more importantly, who could I trust? As I made my way back to the hotel, I noticed the black SUV again, parked half a block away. This time I was certain it was following me. I spent the rest of the day in my hotel room, jumping at every sound, my mind conjuring up increasingly wild theories about what might be going on. By the time midnight rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. The Millbrook Bridge was an old steel structure on the outskirts of town, spanning a deep gorge. As I approached, I saw a lone figure standing in the middle of the bridge, illuminated by the moonlight. "Dr. Harper." "You came," she said as I drew near. "Good. We don't have much time." "Time for what?" I demanded. "What's going on, Dr. Harper? What aren't you telling me?" She took a deep breath. "The truth, Mr. Merrill, about what's really happening in these woods, about the body you saw and why it disappeared, about the key." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "I'm listening." "There's a secret here in Caribou," she began. "Something old and dark. It's been here for centuries, hidden in the deep woods. Some kind of entity, not human. It feeds on fear, on pain, and every few decades it needs to renew itself." I stared at her, unable to believe what I was hearing. What are you talking about? Some kind of monster? Not exactly, she said, shaking her head. It's more like a force, a malevolent intelligence, and it needs human agents to do its bidding, to bring it sacrifices. The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. The body on the road, he was a sacrifice. Dr. Harper nodded grimly. Yes, and the key you saw, it's part of an ancient ritual, the key to a door that should never be opened. I felt sick, and the police, the FBI, they're all in on this? Some of them, she said, not all, but enough to keep it covered up. They believe they're protecting the town, the whole world even, by keeping this secret, by appeasing the entity. And you? I asked, suddenly wary. Where do you fit into all this? Her expression turned sad. I was brought in years ago to help manage witnesses like you, people who'd seen too much. But I can't do it anymore. I can't be part of this. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, a bright light suddenly flooded the bridge, car headlights, and the roar of engines approaching fast. Dr. Harper's eyes went wide with fear. They've found us. You need to run, Mr. Merrill. Run, and don't look back. Find the key. It's the only way to end this. But what about you? I asked, even as I backed away. She shook her head. It's too late for me. Go now. Now. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I heard car doors slamming, shouted orders, and then, terrifyingly, a single gunshot that echoed through the night. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, plunging into the dark woods at the end of the bridge. As I crashed through the underbrush, one thought kept repeating in my mind. What the hell had I gotten myself into? The forest swallowed me whole, branches whipping at my face as I plunged deeper into its depths. The sound of pursuit faded behind me, but I didn't slow down. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, pushing me forward even as my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. I had no idea where I was going. In the darkness, every tree looked the same, every shadow a potential threat, but I knew I couldn't stop. Dr. Harper's final words echoed in my mind. Find the key. It's the only way to end this. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stumbled into a small clearing. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, providing just enough illumination for me to catch my breath and try to get my bearings. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, the full weight of what had just happened crashed down on me. Dr. Harper was likely dead. I was now a fugitive, running from people who seemed to have no qualms about killing to keep their secret. And that secret, my mind reeled at the implications. Some kind of ancient, malevolent entity hidden in these woods, human sacrifices. It all sounded insane, but I'd seen the body on the road. I'd felt the oppressive presence watching me from the shadows. And now, with Dr. Harper's revelation, it all started to make a twisted kind of sense. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, jolting me back to the present. I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. Was it just an animal, or had they found me? After a tense moment of silence, I decided I couldn't risk staying put. I needed to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and my pursuers as possible. But where could I go? I was lost in unfamiliar woods, with no supplies and no plan. As I pondered my next move, a faint glow caught my eye. At first I thought it might be a flashlight beam, but as I watched I realized it was too steady, too diffuse. It was more like firelight. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn towards the glow. As I crept closer, the trees began to thin out, revealing a small cabin nestled in another clearing. Warm light spilled from its windows, and smoke curled lazily from the chimney. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. On one hand, the cabin represented shelter and possibly help. On the other, I had no idea who might be inside. For all I knew, it could be another trap. But as I stood there, shivering in the cold night air, I realized I didn't have much choice. I was lost, exhausted, and completely out of my depth. I needed help, and this cabin was the only sign of civilization I'd seen since fleeing the bridge. Taking a deep breath, I emerged from the tree line and approached the cabin. As I drew closer, I could make out more details. It was an old structure, the logs weathered and gray with age. A small porch ran along the front, cluttered with firewood and various tools. I climbed the creaky steps and stood before the door, my hand raised to knock. For a moment I hesitated. Once I did this, there was no going back. I'd be involving someone else in this madness, potentially putting them in danger. But what choice did I have? I knocked, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet of the forest night. For a long moment, there was no response. Then, just as I was about to knock again, I heard movement inside, footsteps approaching the door. I held my breath as the door slowly creaked open, revealing a grizzled old man with a wild beard and piercing blue eyes. He regarded me with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Well," he said, his voice rough with age and disuse, "you're about the last thing I expected to see on my doorstep tonight. What brings you out to these parts, stranger?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I possibly explain my situation? Would he even believe me? The old man's eyes narrowed as he took in my disheveled appearance, the scratches on my face from my headlong flight through the woods. "You're in some kind of trouble, ain't you, boy?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He sighed heavily, then stepped back, opening the door wider. "Well, come on in then. Looks like you could use a warm fire and a stiff drink. Then you can tell me what kind of mess you've gotten yourself into." Gratefully, I stepped inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping me like a blanket. As the old man closed and bolted the door behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just crossed some kind of threshold, that by entering this cabin, I was committing myself to whatever strange and terrifying path lay ahead. Little did I know just how right I was. The answers I sought were closer than I realized, but so too were dangers beyond my wildest nightmares. And as I settled into a worn armchair by the fire, preparing to share my story with this mysterious stranger, I couldn't help but wonder, had I just found an ally in my quest for the truth, or had I walked right into the belly of the beast? The old man listened to my story in silence, his weathered face betraying no emotion as I recounted the events of the past few days. When I finished, he sat back in his chair, taking a long pull from a bottle of whiskey before passing it to me. "I've been waiting for someone like you to show up," he said finally, his voice gravelly. "Name's Hank. I used to be the town's sheriff years ago, before I learned the truth and they forced me out." My eyes widened. "You know about the entity?" Hank nodded grimly. "Oh, I know all right. Been trying to stop it for nigh on 30 years now, but it's got its hooks in deep. The town, the people, they're all under its influence, whether they know it or not." He stood up, walked over to an old trunk in the corner, and pulled out a leather-bound book. "This here's my research. Everything I've managed to piece together over the years. The entity, the sacrifices, the key. It's all connected to an old Native American legend about a spirit of the forest that feeds on fear and pain." As Hank explained, the pieces started falling into place. The entity needed regular sacrifices to maintain its power, using human agents to lure in outsiders like me. The key I'd seen was part of an ancient ritual, meant to open a doorway between our world and wherever the entity came from. "But why me?" I asked. "Why did they let me see the body?" Hank's expression turned grim. "Because you were meant to be the next sacrifice, boy. They use the trauma of witnessing a death to prime their victims. Makes the fear stronger, the pain more potent when they finally feed." A chill ran down my spine as I realized how close I'd come to becoming another victim. "So what do we do? How do we stop it?" "We find that key," Hank said, determination glinting in his eyes. "Legend says it can be used to seal the entity away for good, if used in the right ritual at the right time." Just then, a sound outside made us both freeze. Car engines, growing closer. Hank cursed. "They found us. Quick, out the back." We fled into the night, Hank leading the way through secret paths he'd clearly used before. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the beam of flashlights cutting through the darkness. As we ran, Hank filled me in on the plan. The key was likely being kept in the old Millbrook mine, an abandoned shaft that the entity's followers used for their rituals. If we could get there, find the key, and perform the sealing ritual before the next full moon, we might have a chance to end this once and for all. It was a desperate plan, fraught with danger. But as we pushed deeper into the woods, always just one step ahead of our pursuers, I knew it was our only hope. The next few days were a blur of constant movement, close calls, and mounting tension. We scavenged for food, slept in short bursts, and slowly made our way towards the mine. All the while, the presence of the entity grew stronger. I could feel it watching us, its malevolent gaze like a physical weight. Finally, on the night of the full moon, we reached the mine. The entrance was guarded, but Hank's knowledge of the area allowed us to slip in through an old ventilation shaft. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay and something else, something alien and wrong. We crept through twisting tunnels, the beam of our single flashlight casting grotesque shadows on the rock walls. At last we reached a large cavern, and there, on a crude altar of stone, lay the key. It was just as I remembered from my vision, old brass, with a tree-like design on its head. But we weren't alone. As we approached the altar, shadows detached themselves from the walls. The entity's followers, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. What followed was chaos. Hank and I fought desperately, outnumbered and outmatched. I took a blow to the head that left me reeling, my vision blurring. Through the haze I saw Hank fall, a knife protruding from his chest. With the last of his strength, he tossed the key to me. "Finish it," he gasped. Summoning every ounce of will I had left, I staggered to the altar. The entity's presence was overwhelming now, a suffocating miasma of malice and hunger. I raised the key, reciting the words of the ritual that Hank had made me memorize. The air grew thick, reality itself seeming to warp and twist around me. With a final desperate thrust, I plunged the key into the heart of the altar. There was a moment of absolute silence, then a scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The cavern shook, rocks falling from the ceiling. The entity's followers fell to the ground, writhing in agony as their master was torn away from this world. I ran, barely staying ahead of the collapsing tunnel. I emerged into the cool night air just as the mine entrance caved in behind me. It was over. The entity was gone, its hold on the town broken. In the days that followed, there would be confusion, investigations, people awakening as if from a long nightmare. But the dark heart of the mystery had been excised. As I stood there, covered in dust and blood, staring up at the full moon, I felt a profound sense of both relief and loss. I had survived, had even triumphed against an evil beyond imagining. But the cost had been high. Dr. Harper, Hank, and who knows how many others over the years, all victims of a darkness that had finally been banished. I knew then that I could never go back to my old life. I had seen behind the veil, had glimpsed the horrors that lurk in the shadows of our world, and I knew that there were other dark things out there, other mysteries that needed solving. As I turned and began the long walk back to civilization, I made a silent vow. I would continue the work that Hank had started. I would seek out the hidden evils of the world and drag them into the light. My name is Clyde Merrill. I used to be a truck driver. Now I'm something else, a seeker of truth, a banisher of shadows. And my work has only just begun.